안녕하세요. 오늘은 탱글 타워라는 추리 게임을 해보려고 합니다. 근데 이 게임을 제가 닌텐도 샵에서 추리 게임이라는 걸 알고 이제 구매는 해뒀는데, 게임하기 전에 정보를 좀 찾아보려고 나무위키에서 검색을 해봤는데 뜨지가 않더라고요. 뭐 그렇습니다. 일단 시작해볼게요. 탱글 타워 오후 중반. 호수 가장자리.
You ready, Sally?
준비됐어, 젤리?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
그냥 확인하는
Do you
거야.
have the map?
지도?
Yeah, but it's
왼쪽
basically
아래.
blank. Did you read the case file?
사건
What do you
파일.
think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
사건 파일은 오른쪽 아래. 살인 피해자가 프레야 펠로우, 플로라 펠로우의 초상화를 그리는 도중 사망. 플로라의 탑의 장소고, 플로라는 현장에서 초상화 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 프레야 펠로우는 근데 이름이 좀 헷갈리네. 플로라의 초상화를 그리는 도중 프레야가 사망을 한 거죠. 프레야 펠로우는 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견됐으며, 등을 바닥에 대고, 가슴에 위로 갔다는 소리네요. 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서는 어떠한 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프레야가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있었다. 초상화를 그리고 있는데 초상화 속 그림에 칼을 들고 있는 걸 그리다가 칼 맞아 죽었다는 건가? 칼 끝에 빨간색은 물감이 아니다. 피인 것으로 확인되었다. 심지어 이것도 피예요. 초상화를 그리는데 초상화 이제 끝에 피가 묻어 있고, 이건 일단은 현장에 한번 가서 확인을 해봐야겠네요. 자, 우선은 이곳에서는 찾아볼 만한 게 있나? 이게 아마 그 탱글 타워.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one
저기
of those
창문에서
windows?
누군가 우리를 보고 있는 건 아닐까?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
What are they?
대체 이건 뭐지? 왜 여기 두껍게 표시가 됐지?
Wind chimes. Silent wooden wind chimes.
별거 아닌 건가?
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater?
빗물이 고인
So
건가? 좀
weird.
수상한데?
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
왜 보라색으로 됐지?
뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜.
Please don't do that.
뭔가 있는 것 같은데 이거는? 색깔이 글자색이 보라색으로 된 게 뭔가 의미가 있는 것 같아요. 일단 그렇고
That's a big lake.
호수가 참 크네.
It's kind of purple. Looks
보랏빛이더라.
poisonous.
독이 있을 수 있어.
I think it's just water.
Yeah, water with poison in it.
녹화를 안 눌렀었네. 자, 아무튼 호수가 방금 뭐라고 했죠? 독이 있었다고
That's a
했나?
big lake.
It's kind of purple.
보랏빛이더라. 독이 있을 수도 있어.
I think it's just water.
그냥 물인 것
Yeah,
같은데.
water with poison in
독이
it.
든 물? 호수가 뭔가 독이랑 관련이 있나 보네.
So, who do you think did it?
Sally, you know full well. We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
가봅시다.
It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
아, 지도로 이동하는 거구나. 오. 정원. 이거 뭔가 사람 들어갈 것 같은데? 이런데?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's
비밀의
to
문
scare
같은
away
건가?
detectives.
Is it working?
그냥 장식인
No.
건가? 여기 뭐 있는 것 같죠? 요거?
It's full of the same weird water
호수에
that was in
있던
the
그
lake.
이상한 물이 여기에도 가득 차 있어. 이것도 독인 건가?
Any fish in there?
물고기는 있어?
Not a single
한 마리도
one.
없어.
Although there is
네, 뭔가
something
있긴
in
해.
It's a
there.
cassette tape. Or it used to
Oh.
be.
카세트 테이프, 손상된 테이프. 카세트 테이프는 물에 젖어 손상됐다. 라벨 잉크는 번져서 알아볼 수 없다. 그렇죠. 다음은 요거.
It's a statue of some hideous,
조각상인데
scaly, bipedal
흉측하고
fish
비늘로
monster
뒤덮인 두 발로 걷는 괴물이네.
Playing a harp.
하프를 켜고 있지.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
뭐 있네. 퍼즐이네요.
This isn't just a regular
평범한
statue,
동상은
is it?
아니겠지?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
아, 이걸 아직 풀 수 없는 거고? 친절하네.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
분명 어떤 용도가 있을 거야.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
큰 하프를 들고 있는 낡고 풍화된 양서류 동상. 이거 약간 그 물이 약간 그런 비밀이 있는 건가? 물에 뭔가 동물들을 이렇게 변화시키는, 잘 모르겠네요. 일단은
What animal is that?
Hawk, bear,
곰,
lizard.
Right, of course, a hawk bear lizard.
매곰도마뱀? 딱 맞췄네.
It's a stone carving.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
별거 아닌 것 같고.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
오, 1인용 무대?
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say too quiet.
not.
너무 조용하다?
It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
뭔가 조용하다?
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
뭐 없나 보네요. 다음은 정문. 일단은 이 글자 하나가 떨어져 있죠? 이거 힌트인가?
Oh,
왜?
oh.
어,
There's an O
바닥에
on the
오자가
floor.
있어. 아, 바닥에
Oh yeah, Tangle
Tangle
Tower.
Tower.
Twir.
Tower.
Oh,
What?
아, 죽는 게 아닌가 보네.
twir.
일단 저 왔으니까. 저 왔어요.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
이것도 보라색이 나온다. 소리에 관련된 뭔가 있나 본데? 아까도 새소리 나오는데 보라색으로 글자가 표시됐거든요? 게임이 좀 친절하네. 이렇게 힌트를 막 퍼다 주는 것 같은데?
Little bird feeders.
새 모이통이야?
How do you know they're for birds?
별거 없나 보고요. 또 금이가 있네?
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
별거 아닌 것 같고. 이건 뭐지?
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Oh, definitely.
뭔가 힌트인가 본데요? 봉투가 뜯겨 있다. 안에는 작은 종이가 들어있다. 조합은 다른 종이에 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 것입니다. 뭔가 조합이 있는 거고 누군가들이 갈등을 하나 보네요. 갈등이 있고 그리고 뭔가 밑에서? 아직은 잘 모르겠네요. 일단은 편지 하나 찾았고요.
Why build a house here anyway?
I'm sure they had their reasons.
이게 끝인가?
It's red, but I don't think it's just red.
오케이. 일단 요 정도인 것 같고. 이거 누르라는 건가? 두 군데가 생겼는데 여기로 가라는 건가?
Let's head to the crime scene first. It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
여기로만 가야 되나 보네요. 그랜드 홀.
A big letter F.
큰 F자.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
이런 대저택 로비에 자기 가문 이름 이니셜을 크게 내걸지 않은 거 봤어? 가문 펠로우 가문. 이건 뭐지?
This one has a big P.
That's P.
How very perceptive of you.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
오. 가게도. 프레아 펠로우. 그리고 누구 또 있었는데? 플로라 펠로우 어딨어? 없네? 필츠 없네?
Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here? Fiona Fellow. Dead
비가
center.
뒤로 가는 게
She
아니야.
must.
She's half fellow
Do you
and
think she still lives here?
잠깐만.
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
이쪽 왼쪽이 F였고 오른쪽이 P였는데 그럼 이거네. 포인터?
Finally, we get
It's
to it.
not
Don't
that
ruin this. This one has a big P.
That's P.
How very perceptive.
일단은 이건 뭐지?
No, it's a big glass tube.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium.
수족관?
Could be. Except there's nothing anymore.
It's not locked.
잠겨있진 않아.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
올라갑니다. 플로라의 탑. 여기가 사건 현장인가 보네.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
그림부터 확인하자고.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
완성되지 못한 플로라 펠로우의 초상화.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
프레아는 이 그림을 그리는 도중 살해당한 거야.
Looks that way.
그런 것 같아. 아까 사건 파일에서 그랬죠. 이게 이 사람이 칼을 들고 있었는데 칼에 이 그림에 실제로 피가 쓰였어요. 그럼 근데 이 사람이 너무 대놓고 범인인 것처럼 나왔잖아. 그럼 아닐 가능성이 큰데.
I
일단 말
wonder
한번
if all
걸어봐야겠네요.
of Freya's paintings are this creepy.
프레의 그림은 모두
Maybe
다
it's
이렇게.
just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene.
자동으로
And something
넘어가네.
really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
프레야의 죽음에는 아주 수상한 점이 있다. 수상한 점이 뭘까? 그게 칼이죠. 애초에 일단 그림을 그릴 당시에는 죽지 않았잖아요. 칼에 찔리지도 않았고. 만약에 이제 저 사람이 칼을 들고 있었다면은, 칼을 들고 있는 상태에서 아직 그 누구도 피를 흘리지가 않았는데 피가 쓰였어. 또 그게 좀 이상하죠. 그러니까 이게 배열이, 우리가 이제 한국 어순이랑 이게 외국에서 만든 게임이어서 그런지 어순이 아마 명사가 뒤쪽에 나올 거예요. 그래서 아마 이런 식으로 표시가 되어 있는 건데, 우리 한국식으로 치면은 이걸 제일 먼저 앞에 두고 생각하면 될 거예요. 이거죠. 초상화가 칼을 들고 있으며 그 끝에 묻은 건 피이다. 왜냐하면은 이게 제일 나은 것 같네. 다른 것도 있나? 완전히 덮은 거, 살인. 이게 맞는 것 같네요.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Almost. Maybe just
아니야?
change.
그럼 사람이 직접 이렇게 해야 되는 건가?
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Nope.
이것도 아니야? 에이. 그림이 프레야를 공격한 것과 어떤 연관이 있나? 이건가?
Flora Fellow is almost. Maybe just.
이건가?
Flora's
이거네.
portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife.
그림 속 칼에는
It's
피가
the
묻어
murder
있지. 바로 살인 무기야.
Right. But it's not actually a knife.
하지만 그건 진짜 칼이 아니야. 사람을 찌를 수
stab.
없다고.
See any other knives around here?
주변에 뭐 다른 칼 보여?
Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right,
그림이
where does that
그림이
leave us?
찔렀다고 그냥 저기
A
하는 거야?
painting can't be a murder suspect.
탐정 맞아? 끝내지 못한 그림. 자, 우선은 말 걸어볼게요.
Flora Fellow?
플로라 펠로우씨?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
말이
We
없네.
need to ask you a few
당신에게
questions.
드려야 할
I'm
질문이 좀
afraid.
있습니다.
Did you witness the murder
살인
of Flora?
사건을 목격했나요? 플로라?
Nothing.
아무것도 아니에요.
What do we do?
어떡하지?
Not sure.
글쎄.
She's entitled to her silence,
그녀에게는
I suppose.
침묵할 권리가 있지.
For now.
지금은
Is there anything you'd like to
우리에게
tell
말하고
us,
싶은
Flora?
것은 없습니까, 플로라?
I don't really know anything about you at all.
당신에 대해 아는
I
것이
think
하나도
that's the way
없어요.
she likes it.
그녀가 원하는 게 그거 같아.
We'll just have to ask other people about her.
다른 사람들에게 그녀에 대해
Yeah,
물어볼
okay.
수밖에 없어. 이것도 대답을 아마 안 하겠죠?
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this
묵비권
something you
행사하는
had
건가?
planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
진술.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the
플로라
time of the murder.
당신은
Surely you
사건
must
당시
have seen
확실하게 이
something.
방에 있었죠? 당연히 뭔가 본 게 있죠?
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
뭐라도 얘기해 주세요.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask
엄청
me.
수상하죠?
I don't know. Maybe she really
그림 그릴
doesn't know
당시에
anything.
둘만 있었을
How is that
텐데
possible?
일단은 아 이거 잘못 눌렀어. X 눌러야 되는데 자꾸 B 누르네. 뒤로 가려고. 보자.
There it is. The unfinished
So, what?
What's that way?
어? 어? 그림에는 어딨어? 여기 밑그림에는 아직 색칠이 안 돼 있는데 화분 같은 게 하나 있거든요? 근데 봐봐 여기 화분 하나 있고 여기도 하나 있는데 여기는 없어. 여기 아니면 여기 있어야 되는데.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open. It's more like the sudden
상관없는 건가?
absence of wall.
Is that a gramophone?
이거 축음기인가?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
금이가 있다고? 뭔가 사건과 연관이 있나 보네요. 나팔부터 테이프 넣는 곳까지 뚜렷한 금이가 있다.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
테이프도 있어? 라벨에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 프레야에게.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
아 이게 테이프로 하는 거야? 이것도 있네? 이게 금이가 있어서 소음이 좀 많이 심하게 나는 건가?
It's piano music.
피아노 음악을 녹음한 것이다. 짧게 재생되다 멈춘다. 소음만 빼면 되게 좋은 것 같은데. 끝까지 들어야 되나? 들어볼게요. 귀뚜라미 소리 같은 것도 들리는데? 왼쪽에서만 들리네 귀뚜라미 소리. 깜짝이야. 다음 거. 이게 그 정원의 분수대 속에 담겨져 있던 거죠? 여기도 귀뚜라미 소리 들리네. 왜 이렇게 무서워 소리가.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
보라색. 이건 되게 짧고. 오케이. 자, 그리고 위는 뭐지?
We're at the top of the tower,
I
right?
think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's
여기가 탑 꼭대기고.
Freya's painting supplies.
여기도 금이가 있네. 이게 뭔가 금이 같다는 건 뭔가 충격이 있다는 건데, 유리통은 모두 한쪽으로 금이가 있다. 얘도 금가 있고 얘도 금가 있고. 귀뚜라미 소리 들리는데?
Supposedly, Freya was working on
그냥
the painting when
배경음악
she was
정도나.
killed.
프레아는 살해 당시 그림을 그리고 있었나봐.
Looks like she was still holding
넘어질
her
때도
paintbrush
계속
out when
물감붓을
she
들고
fell.
있던 것처럼 있던 것 같네.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
붓을 닦을 시간도 없었던 거지. 부가 팔레트. 물감붓에는 빨간 물감이 묻은 채 말라있다. 이게 피인가? 애초부터 피였던 건가? 잘 모르겠네요.
The outline of Freya fell
시체
out.
용각.
There's a single patch of blood. Right, and no real signs of a
저항의
struggle.
흔적이 없고 정중앙에 피가 묻어있다. 가슴 쪽에 그 자상이 있다고 했었죠?
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
넘어졌을 때 캔버스에 아주 가까이 있었다.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird.
It's also what a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a
퍼즐이네요.
container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
이게 뭐야? 뒤에 단서를 보면서 알을 회전해. 이건 고정돼 있네.
It's some kind of clue about where to put.
이거대로 뒤에 거보대로 맞추면 되나 보네요. 이 돌아가는 순서대로인 건가? 이건 왜 가운데 있어? 잠깐만. 이 모양이 비슷한 것들이 있는데? 이거대로 맞추는 건가? 모양이 다 비슷하네. 일단은 이거부터. 굵은 거, 짧은 쪽이 빨간 거, 빨강 초록. 요거 여기 빨강, 여기 초록, 그리고 이거 그 다음 굵은 거. 짧은 쪽이 보라, 파랑, 보라, 파랑. 굵은 거 여기 보라, 여기 파랑, 그리고 또 굵은 거. 꺾이는 쪽이 빨강, 그리고 파랑. 여기가 빨강, 여기가 파랑, 여기가 빨강. 뭐야? 이걸 먼저 해야 돼. 그리고 이걸로 하자. 이건 둘 다 같은 색이니까 길다란 거. 이거 둘 다 같은 색. 다음에 이 네모 만드는 거 짧은 쪽이 초록, 노랑. 네모 만드는 거 여기가 초록, 여기가 노랑. 왜 이렇게 잘 돼? 그리고 하나 남은 건가 그러면? 여기 있다. 잠깐만. 나 뭐 하나 실수한 것 같은데? 빨강, 파랑. 이건 맞고. 파랑이 왜 여기 하나 있지? 보라, 파랑. 여기서 뭐 하나 잘못, 이거 뭐 하나 잘못했나 보네. 여기서 짧은 쪽이 보라. 이렇게 하면 맞겠네요.
That's the one.
굿!
Hey, not bad. Did it unlock?
열렸어?
What's in
안에
there?
뭐가 있어?
Nothing.
반응이 없네.
Nothing.
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. Empty egg is a clue, right?
아, 비어있다. 안에 뭔가 있었는데 지금은 없다. 이걸 눌러볼까?
A little pot plant. Balance.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
유일한 식물이야. 근데 왜 여기에는 여기서도 보이죠? 왼쪽에 화분 하나 있고 이거 있고 여기도 스케치 하나 돼 있는데 없어. 근데 이게 유일한 식물이래 방 안에. 수상한 냄새 나죠? 뭔가가 해서 이 화분이 바깥으로 떨어지거나 그런 건가? 이 칼은 어디로 갔어? 이 사람이 들고 있었던 건데 이 칼이 이 화분에 꽂힌 채로 바깥에 떨어져 있거나 그런 건 아니겠죠?
A bunch of old books.
뭔가 일일이 있는데?
Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also
문이
On the
바닥에
floor.
있다?
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to.
아, 이거 부서져서 바닥에 떨어져 있는 건가? 눌러볼 만한 건 다 눌러본 것
The
같네요.
whole room has a strange feel.
yeah, there might be a reason for that.
오케이. 이 정도로 하고
Locked.
이쪽은 이거는 잠겨 있는 거네. 이쪽으로 가봅니다. 작업장.
Sir?
저기요?
Can you hear me?
제 말 듣고 계세요?
I'm Private
전 사설
Detective
탐정
Grimoire. I have some questions
그리모어입니다.
for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name.
미스터리한 이름이고 마음에 드는데.
Felix Fellow at your
Phil-
beck and call.
필렉스 펠로우.
And this is my colleague,
필렉스
Sally.
펠릭스.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow,
뭐라고
we
불러야 돼?
really need to ask
방금 이
you.
사람은
Well,
필렉스라고
I
했던 것
must say
같은데
I'm rather jealous of you
펠릭스잖아.
two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
내가 잘못
Out
들었네.
here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do
필렉스.
you...
필릭스.
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer slash treasure
탐험가 겸
hunter.
보물 상황, 보물
Best in the
사냥꾼.
world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, When did she retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that,
도움을 줄 수
Grimoire?
없다?
We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's
Oh.
tower. You didn't hear anything
어떤
unusual?
프로젝트가 있었다.
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk.
황혼
A
무렵이었어.
feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right.
요점만 말해주세요.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set
명이
of
내려갔다?
footsteps going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase
Poppy?
to the floor below.
아직 못 만난
Didn't know
사람이죠.
what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case.
필수의 방을 봤는데
It was empty, as was the
방이었다.
garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of
아니,
course.
잠깐만.
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
사람들이 이름이 왜 이렇게
Not
헷갈려?
I stayed. Flora needed me.
이건 뭐지? 뭔가 비밀이 있나 본데? 자, 우선은
Nice. A real treasure chest.
진짜 보물 상자라.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
퍼즐이네요. 앞에 있는 그림은 뭐지?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
보물 지도도 확인해야 할 것 같아. 이게 그건가? 이거를 맞추면은 이쪽에서 맞추면은 상자가 열리는 건가 본데. 왼쪽에 용, 오른쪽에 산, 그리고 가운데 멀리 나무랑 새. 왼쪽에 용부터 봐야겠네. 용이 딱 3마리밖에 없네요. 왼쪽에 용, 오른쪽에 산. 왼쪽에 용, 오른쪽에 산. 얘를 놓고 보면은 여기라고 치면은 이렇게 멀리 있을 때 나무랑 새가 있다는 거죠. 그럼 얘는 아닌 거고, 얘로 보면은 이쪽에 새가 없죠. 그럼 남은 용은 얘인데, 왼쪽에 용, 오른쪽에 산. 아, 이거네. 이거. 그럼 이 지점인가 본데. 이 지점에서 봤을 때 왼쪽에 용 있고 오른쪽에 산 있고 멀리 새랑 나무가 있죠. 여기네. H 6에서 W. H 6 W.
I did it.
Good.
What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
색칠된 조각상. 초록색 머리를 한 아이의 형상. 회색 머리를 한 여자의 형상. 이거는 그 여자인 것 같고, 이거는 이 아저씨인가? 뭔가 비둘기? 닭 같은 게 있고, 빨간 물감. 일단 그렇고요.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's
Well,
happening?
the paints are right there on the back. I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
색칠된 조각상. 검을 들고 있는 남자의 나무 조각상. 잠깐만. 다른 사람 같은데? 이 아저씨가 빨간색 망토를 두르고 있고, 여기에는 이제 초록색 옷을 입고 있는데, 뭔가 이 아직 안 만난 사람들 중에 있나 본데요? 그다음 볼게. 서랍에 뭐 있나?
The entire room is made
Oh,
of.
it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies.
Oh. It's a barometer, but it's
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
귀엽게 고장난 거?
A hammock. It's
I
kind
would politely describe it as lived.
뭐 없나 보고요.
shelf junk.
이쪽 서랍?
The entire room is
네,
made
천
of
덮여
wood.
있는 거 봐서는 뭐
Oh, it's
없을
not
것
just
같고.
made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale?
모양잔?
Right now, it's just full. You get a good view of the lake from here.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a
뭐 없나 보네요.
it's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
일단 이 아저씨한테 숨겨져 있던 거. 아니야, 이거 먼저.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was
조각을 시작한 지
hopeless
2년
when I
정도
started,
되었다.
but it didn't take me long to
근데
master
마스터했다.
it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics.
프레아가 친절히도
Nowadays, I can
기본기를
make just
알려줬다.
about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many.
칼이 아주
But
많이
my
있다.
weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
칼은 탱글타워엔 없다. 다음은 이거.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite.
플로라가 좋아하는 사람들에게 둘러싸여 있다. 오케이. 그럼 이거는?
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
이건?
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in
평소에는 상태가 아주
excellent condition.
좋다.
You seem pretty sure about that.
잘 알고 있나 보네요. 그런 걸. 이것만 갱신됐네. 탱글타워에는 어떠한 무기도 보관하지 않는다고 했다. 일단 여기서 얻을 수 있는 건 이 정도인 것 같고, 다음 방으로 갑니다. 프레야의 방. 이거 방 맞아?
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It
No
is.
windows either.
어머, 굉장히 거슬리는데 이거.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
별건 아닌가 보네. 이건
it's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
곤충을 키우고 있었는지도 몰라.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
서랍이 텅 비어 있고. 이건 뭐지?
A pillow with a paw print
아,
pattern.
그냥 베개야?
It's a cushion.
쿠션?
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
알맞은 정도의 흐트러짐이란 건
Freya's
그냥
plants.
평상시라는 건가? 프라의 식물.
They must not need sunlight. It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind
퍼즐이네요.
of lock mechanism.
이거 맞추고 하는 건가? 요거네. 아, 근데 이게 헷갈리게. 아, 이게 이쪽 끝이고 이거네. 이 보면 선이 여기는 가다가 끊겨 있는데 여기는 더 이어져 있지가 않죠? 그 말인 뜻은 오른쪽 끝이다. 이렇게 두고 이건 여긴 것 같고 그 다음에 요거 여기고 얘는 여기고 아, 딱 이거네. 그럼 이거대로 이제 이걸 맞추면 되는데 6개 아, 우선은 제일 왼쪽에는 짧고 주황색 기둥, 짧고 주황색 기둥 이건가? 두 번째는 초록색, 둘 중 하나 하겠고요. 세 번째가 이 모양의 분홍색 이거죠? 1번, 3번은 끝났고 4번은 일단 파란색인데 2개 남았고 5번이 이 모양인데 이 모양인 게 이거밖에 없거든요. 남은 게. 그럼 자연스럽게 4번은 이게 맞죠? 그럼 자연스럽게 2번도 이게 맞고 초록색이 남은 게 이거니까 6번도 맞고 제일 긴 거 딱이네요. 쉽네.
I did it. What do I
Not
win?
bad. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
찢어진 사진? 큰 부분이 없는 불완전한 사진. 찢겨진 것 같다. 두 어린 소녀의 사진. 한 명은 빨간 머리, 다른 한 명은 초록 머리를 가졌다. 초록 머리? 이게 초록색이라고? 노란색 아닌가? 아무튼 초록색이라고 하니까.
That painting. is
Why
really-
would she want it looming over your bed?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere.
The
great.
atmosphere of chaos.
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
그림을 찍은 사진. 위에 테이프 조각이 붙어 있다. 가장자리에는 검은 잉크로 줄이 그어져 있다.
Painting supplies.
미술용품.
It's a fish, I think.
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could
고래?
also be a shark.
상어? 아무튼 물고기 그림.
Freya's bear.
곰인형.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
힘들어 보인다고?
Brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Do you think this was always supposed to be?
I don't know. It is.
No windows either.
일단 다 눌러본 것 같네요. 뭔가 증거물이라고 할 것들이 2개밖에 안 나왔는데 여긴 사람도 없으니까 다음 방으로 갑니다. 서재 누구 있네요?
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I'm still missing.
뭐하는 사람이지?
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes.
어떻게 알아?
Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at
전
least
모든
meet
용의자를
all
만나야
the
해서요.
suspects, and that includes you.
거기 당신도 포함돼요. 이름이 뭐죠?
Could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist,
Fifi
inventor,
Fellow,
innovator.
혁신가?
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a
한
single
사람의
response
인격은
without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and
아, 이
Felix,
사람이
but you
딸내미인가
need not
보네.
question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
네가 그걸
Thanks
어떻게
for the
알아?
tip.
살인할 수 없는
Fifi,
사람이지.
you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No,
좀 현기증
but that
나는데?
would be most
이게
amusing.
다 살인과 연관된 이 사이에 살인과 연관된 이야기가 껴있을 수도 있으니까
What can you tell
집중해서
me
보고
about the
있긴 한데
murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes,
좀 피곤한
However-
사람이네요.
you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment
프레아
for an
퍼피.
experiment.
프레아가
only to
죽은
find out that
사람이고
Poppy had made
퍼피가
other plans, and she was in fact planning to ignore me.
용의자 중 한 명.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
울었다고?
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
약간 진술.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the
누군가
someone
문을
began
두들겨서
shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room.
문을
Her
열었는데
makeup was leaking. She told
퍼피가
me
방으로 들어와서
Freya was dead. I did not believe it.
프레아가
I
죽었다고
thought she
하고
was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
그녀를 한 방 때리고
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting
방을
outside.
나갔는데 퍼피의
He followed
아버지가
us upstairs.
밖에서 기다리고 있고
When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
그
Poppy and
완성된
I took the
그림에서
sample
샘플을
back
가지고
downstairs to the
서재로
library.
가서
We performed a test and found
테스트를
out that it
했고
was, in fact,
그게 피라는 걸
blood.
알아냈다.
You
친구가
performed that
죽었는데
scientific test immediately, even though you were
담담하게
feeling so upset.
빨간색을
Of course.
보자마자
Why would
가지고
one affect
가서
the other?
테스트를 한다? 이게 가능한 건가? 일단은 이거 뭐야? 일단은 방 한번 보고요.
Fifi's bedroom should be
피피의
unlocked now.
침실이 지금 열렸어.
Can't wait.
네, 나중에 일단 방 안에서 몇 개 좀 보고요. 책이 떨어져 있네.
A book? Fundamental Entomology.
곤충학의 기초.
I guess somebody dropped it. It's an illustrated book about
새를 그린
birds.
책이야.
It's been left open
Or it was left open for us
우리가
to
볼 수 있도록
find.
의도적으로 펴뒀다.
ever so slightly unnerving.
새도감. 얼룩새는 놀랍게도 똑똑한 새로 조류 미스티드 중에서도 수명이 굉장히 길다. 어떤 새인데 이게 아까 이 새인 건가? 저 아저씨한테 한번 가져가 봐야겠네요. 새도감. 얘가 얘 같은데? 일단은 더 찾아보고.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts. Hey, look at it's a model of Tangle Tower. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Hey, look at it's a model of what are you
That
thinking?
would make an amazing.
뭐 없나 본데?
Hey, look it's a what are you thinking?
That would make an amazing.
뭐 없나 보고.
What's in
I'm
this?
not sure. Soil samples?
여기도 그 퍼즐 같은 게 하나 있을
Sure.
텐데.
Why not build a
The
science?
search for new knowledge. The archiving of old downright poetic.
A chalkboard?
Is this a library or a classroom?
이건 뭐야? 이게 뭐지? 뭔지 전혀 모르겠네. 알파벳이랑 숫자 1부터 8까지 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H 알파벳도 순서대로 1부터 첫 번째부터 여덟 번째 것까지 그리고 숫자가 밑에 191부터 209까지 이게 뭐야? 이건 적어두자. 뭔지 모르겠는데 이게 서재였죠 여기?
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
뭐라고 하지 않았네?
Chalkboard?
Is this a library or a classroom?
Math.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Math.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
뭔가의 힌트 같아요.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
이걸로 뭔가 하는 것 같긴 한데 뭔지 모르겠어.
Sure. Why not build a science
The
lab?
search for new knowledge. The archiving of old downright poetic.
이게 끝인가?
Books about
Well,
insects.
theoretically, there's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
자, 새로 열린 방 가봅니다. 아하, 방이 굉장히 더럽네. 우선은 돋보기.
It's a magnifying glass.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written.
That's even worse.
뭐 상관없는 것 같고요. 이건 뭐지? 장치 같은 거?
It looks like a microscope. A big.
Can I touch it?
아, 퍼즐이네.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
돋보기 4개를 수평으로 밀어서 올바른 위치를 잡아. 아, 이게 이 모양으로 만들면 되는 건가 본데? 그리고 큰 거를 작게 하는 거니까 이게 딱 봐도 플러스 2개, 플러스가 3개까지 있고 마이너스가 하나 있는데 이건 제일 끝에 같아요. 큰 거를 작게 만들어야 되니까. 아닌가? 일단 이쪽에 두자. 일단 이쪽에 두고. 이런 식으로 하는 건가? 이런 식으로? 뭔가 여기가 안 이어지는데? 이렇게 하고 얘가 끝으로 와야 되는데. 그치? 이렇게 하면 맞지?
I got it.
굿!
I'm impressed. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, there's a book in here.
비밀일기장. 많이 봐서 다른 책, 일기처럼 생겼다. 비밀일기장. 어? 이거 아까 어디서 봤는데, 이 표지? 자, 일단은 비밀일기장 찾았고요.
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
왜 농담하는 거지?
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
둘이 잘 노네.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
이게 뭐야?
Is that supposed to be me? Why
That's
do I-
just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw?
인물 관계도 같은 건가? 그럼 이게 폴로라, 퍼피. 이게 그 위에 있던 아저씨 이름이 뭐였지? 이건 모르는 사람들? 일단 만나봐야겠네요.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi
피피랑
herself.
프레야가 없어? 수상한데?
Stuff
You
Fifi's.
gonna rummage through the trash?
No.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
Pretty ornate.
We're supposed to be looking for clues.
And over here, you. A simple trick, but it really transforms.
아하.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras thing.
I've not heard of that band. Crystal chandelier.
찾을 건 다
I don't know.
찾아봤나 본데.
Plus, they're kind of dusty.
다른 방으로 가봅니다. 석조광장. 그 전에 얘한테 먼저 가야 돼. 이거 보여줘야 돼. 일단은 이
This
사진.
photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was
반이
ripped off.
아니라고?
It was only a third.
3분의 1로? 이게 3분의 1이다? 이거랑 이 방에 있던
Do you know
사도방.
who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library
어머니는
for
서재에
some
간지 좀
time.
됐어요.
Hmm.
그럼 비밀 일기장.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
끝이야? 이거 한번 보여줘볼까?
Curious. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but
파피의
why?
물건.
I do not know why.
파피한테 보여줘야겠네요. 이것도 파피 건가 그러면?
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
뭐지? 뭐가 수상하게 나오는 거지? 아, 이 단서들을 모으면은 이렇게 그 숨겨진 어떤 그런 걸 할 수 있나 보네요. 혐의 이런
So,
거.
this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere
방
in the
어디서도
room.
칼을 찾지
So
못했어.
what's going on?
흉기에 대한 걸 저기 하는 건가? 칼은 아, 이건 칼이 아니야.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape
칼 형태가
actually
실제로는 뭔지
is.
설명할 수 있는 거. 이거죠.
Let's take a closer look at this.
이 그려진 칼은 이 깃털이야. 똑같죠? 그려진 칼이 실제로는 깃털로 얼룩새의 것이다. 다른 것도 있나? 아, 이거 맞네요?
The painted knife
Good.
is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right
모양은 확실히
shape.
맞아.
But the book's not in
하지만
color.
책에는 색깔이
The
없어.
thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white.
플로라가 들고 있는 건
specifically.
정확히 빨갛고
Is there
하얀데
anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
얼룩새도 빨갛고 하얀색이라는 걸 보여주는 무언가가 있을까? 있죠? 요거
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
어째서 깃털을 손에 들고 있었던 걸까? 웬 실험? 얼룩새는 플로라의 애완동물이다. 그래서 이것을 보관한 것이다. 어떤 거? 깃털 한 개. 왜? 기억하기 위해.
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
새는 아마
She kept
죽었나
the bird
보네요.
as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora
도망가거나?
spends all her time staring out the window.
아, 그래서
By the way,
창문 밖에서
she kept
시간을
the feather.
보내고.
I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does.
그녀라면 보통
Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
보관하던 곳이 있다. 그것은 여기죠?
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. completely empty. Flora?
말하는 거야 이제?
She's pointing at something.
방 구석에 무언가를 가리키고 있어.
It's just a pile of books. They're not. There's something tucked inside this one.
이게 뭐야? 플로라와 작은 새를 그린 그림. 뒤에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 당신을 위한 거예요. 사랑합니다, 프레야. 프레야가 그려준 건가 보네요. 둘은 되게 친했나 본데? 오케이. 일단은 이 다 남은 방들을 다 열어야 될 것 같아. 그냥 순서대로 여기 하다 말았죠?
Whoa, nice cape.
멋진 망토인데요?
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective
아,
Hawkshaw.
이 사람도 탐정이야?
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than
Hawkshaw?
Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client.
오.
Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out information
진짜
to
탐정이라면
persons
모르는 사람에게
unknown.
정보를 주지 않습니다.
Right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
하지만 당신은 용의자죠?
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
여기서 뭘 하고
I'm on a
있죠?
case at the behest of my client.
사건 조사
How long have you been
중입니다.
at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
좀
5
피곤한
and a half
사람이네요.
days.
그래
Who are
이렇게
you working
말해줘야지.
for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
한 번 남은 질문을 얼굴에 상처에? 뭔가 연관이 있는 건가?
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle
너무 빨라.
Tower. Hers was one of the
아
last on
이렇게 하면
my
멈출 수
list.
있구나. 탱글타워의 모든 방을 조사하는 중이었고 플로라의 방은 목록 마지막에 있었고
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an
칙칙한가
atmosphere
우울한
of
분.
somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window.
어?
Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
그걸
I
당신은 뭘
spent the early
했습니까?
evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the
피오나가
rest of the
누구였지?
day?
Not quite.
진술.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library.
서재에서
Before I could begin
빠져나와
my ascent, Professor
위로
Pointer
올라가려는
emerged
포인터
from the
교수를
pointer
보았다.
staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was
눈이
breathless.
마주쳤는데 숨이
Something had caused him
숨이
great
가빴다.
alarm.
크게
He told
불안해했다.
me to stay out of the way. I
왜
consented.
불안해하지?
I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door,
수상한데요?
Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
페넬로피도 지나갔고
More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring.
인실에 항상 머무르는 사람조차 없었다.
Unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
자, 일단은 조사부터 하고요.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved
I
on it?
think there was at one, but someone scratched it off.
관련 없나 보고.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of it. You ever see a mushroom?
Not in real life.
그러네. 버섯이 엄청 크네. 동상인 건가? 별 상관없는 건가?
A giant glowing gemstone full of
AKA a greenhouse.
여긴 뭐 없나 본데? 여긴 뭐야?
More of that weird lake water.
really makes me wonder how. Are we on an island?
Beats me.
여기로 뭐 들어가거나 하진 않겠지
How
나중에?
long is that thing?
이런 데나?
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one too.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a
Oh.
clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell. the
시간을
time.
알려주는 시계는 아닌 것 같아.
So what does it do?
퍼즐이지. 다이얼을 돌려 4개의 바늘이 모두 올바른 위치에 가도록 해. 올바른 위치? 자, 여기 보면은 지금 이거를 이게 이렇게 돌아가는데 숫자가 딱 3 같죠? 딱 봐도. 이건 9 같고, 그러면은 얘는 12 같고, 근데 얘도 9 아니면 6인데 뭐가 9인지 모르겠네. 근데 3, 6, 12, 9냐 3, 9, 12, 6이냐 둘 중 하나인데 여기가 9 같아요 왠지. 왜냐면 3, 6, 12, 9 하면은 좀 뭔가 너무 약간 좀 덜 꼬았어 문제를. 뭐 아니면 나중에 다시 하면 되니까 일단 이거를 9로 해놓고 맞춰볼게요. 어떻게 해야 되지? 일단 이거 두 개만 움직여가지고 맞춰야 되는데, 얘를 시계로 돌리면 다른 두 개가 반시계로 돌고, 얘도 마찬가지겠지? 얘를 시계로 돌리면 다른 게 반시계로 돌겠지? 그러면은 3 이게 3이고 9니까 이거는 이걸 한 번 더 움직이고 그 다음에 얘를 이렇게. 아씨 이거 어떻게 해야 돼? 아니야 이거 한 번 더 움직여야 돼. 얘를 반대쪽으로 보내야 되는데 이렇게 하고 이렇게 하면 됐다.
No, that was it.
굿!
Nice work. What's in the box?
A little tool, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
작은 렌즈, 동으로 된 작은 도구, 곡선에 유리 렌즈가 있다. 밑에 나사가 달려있다.
A wooden trunk that opens up.
I want one.
일단 나온 게 하나밖에 없네요.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
이건 당신 것인가요?
And,
음. 이게 뭐예요?
It's my handheld microscope.
현미경?
Up close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
이게
I
현미경이라고?
have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking
온실에서 썼다.
That is between myself and my client.
이름이 작은 렌즈였지? 그래서 현미경? 휴대용 현미경. 다음 방으로 갑니다. 온실. 이거 뭐야? 누구 있는데?
Sally, don't move.
움직이지 마.
We're
누군가 우리 보고 있어.
watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
그치, 숨기엔 너무 크네.
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow. The gardener.
피츠펠로.
Mm-hmm.
피츠펠로.
And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
모른다고?
You work here.
여기서
As
일하나요?
the gardener.
정원사로?
I don't get paid to do it. It's just
돈을 받고 하는 건
my
아닙니다.
area
그냥
of
관심
interest.
분야.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire
아,
house.
호수랑
Yeah,
뭔가
The
연관이
color
있는
is
건가?
just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
오.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life,
물은 모든
just like anywhere
생물을
else on the planet.
생명을
Clouds
좌우합니다.
form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like...
예, 요약해서
is it as if you were
약간
talking to
멍청한
a
사람에게 설명할 때처럼.
slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration
예측할 수
of
없는
DNA.
DNA 변형을
Sometimes.
일으킵니다. 가끔.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us,
Uh-huh.
it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this
당신은
stuff?
그에 대한 현지 전문가는
No, I'm just
아니고
the gardener.
단지 정원사.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And
정원으로
Let me
올라가고.
guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden.
옥상 정원에
It was
있었습니다.
quiet. And
조용했죠.
then it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound
인간
human.
것이 아닌 소리가 들렸다.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that?
같이 있었어?
Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded.
저는 문을
We
두드리고
became
소리쳤습니다.
concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went
이
in.
사람이 문을
Freya was
부셨나
right
보네.
there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
아하. 일단은
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up at
방은 나중에 가고. 일단 이곳부터.
tools used by a gardener for gardening. That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
흔들리지?
Hanging baskets. They're
To
so.
you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
그치, 5cm도 크지.
A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
여기도 뭔가 표가 있네. 7까지. 일단 그렇고요.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
나중에 오면 되지.
This one's in a little
Okay,
pot.
that is definitely not.
Looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
화분의 열매. 화분에 열린 열매는 단단하고 표면이 원석 같다. 단단하다. 토양은 비정상적으로 포로다.
It's bigger in here than I thought.
이게 끝인가?
All the flowers
And
here.
flowers
특별한
be
건 안
poisonous?
보이네요.
Anything can be.
Good to know.
Bags of soil.
It's so
흙이 파랗다. 자, 새로 열린 방으로 가봅니다. 피치의 방? 뭐야, 방에 뭐가 없네?
Oh wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
어.
Oh wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. Huh. Neither of these lights
They're
have
just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
되게 재미없게 사네.
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, to Fitz, from PP.
PP.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad.
건강하지만 슬퍼?
I think it would rather be outside.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
그치, 좀 슬프긴 하다.
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden very well.
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
뭔가를 숨겨뒀네요.
It's a combination lock.
결합 자물쇠.
Sort of.
종이 조각을 다시 정렬해서 상자의 자물쇠의 조합을 찾아. 이게 연결이 되나? 아. 오, 물방울 모양? 여기 물방울 모양이 있고, 다른 거는 다른 쪽으로 맞춰야 되나? 그러면 빨간색 아래쪽을 썼으니까 빨간색 왼쪽을 쓰고 다른 거를 이쪽에 갖다 붙이면 이렇게인가? 이렇게? 이렇게? 아, 요거네. 아, 요걸 이렇게 해야 되네. 이렇게 하면은 아래 화살표 여기 있다. 요거 빨간색 왼쪽 썼고 빨간색 아래 두고 여긴가? 이렇게 하면은 어우씨 조절이 힘들어. 이 모양 이거네요. 요거 끝이 뾰족하니까 이거는 끝이 둥글고 그럼 남은 거는 빨간색 오른쪽을 안 썼었나? 여기서 오른쪽 했나? 근데 뭔지 모르겠는데 봐봐. 아 이게 물방울이고 이게 아래 화살표고 이게 방금 했던 이거잖아요. 그럼 남은 거는 이건데 이 왼쪽 아래쪽이 이렇게 둥글넓적하죠? 딱 봐도 요거죠? 요거?
That's
Neat.
굿.
Anything in there?
yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
PPN, PP아트, FF 모종삽 모종삽을 얻었으니 이 친구한테 다시 가서 보여줍니다. 잠깐만. 아 일단 모종삽 온 김에 모종삽부터 보여주자. 이거 뭔데?
This is a good example of how things work. I mixed that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes, you never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
This is yours, Vince?
이건 당신 건가요?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
이걸
I keep
사용하시나요?
all my tools in the greenhouse.
모든
That
도구는
wasn't
온실에
what she
둡니다.
asked.
근데 이건 왜 방에 뒀어? 이것도 물어봐야 돼. 이것도
You ever
물어봐야 돼.
seen this before, Fitz?
이거를 얘가 여기서 썼다고 했었거든요.
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
근역곡 같다? 그럼 거기도 한번 가봐야겠네. 작은 렌즈.
This
당신
belongs to
건가요?
Professor Pointer. Does it
포인터
not?
교수의 물건?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
쓸모없는
It's
작은
a
만원경?
telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It
어?
can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
이게 그 탐정은 현미경이라고 했거든요. 근데 얘는 망원경이라고 하네. 한 명이 거짓말을 하고 있죠? 이거를 안 눌러봤어.
It's locked, but it leads
I
outside.
thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
뚜껑을 밀어 열 수 있어. 그 후에 슬롯에 올바른 타일을 넣어봐. 달 4개랑 태양 4개가 있는데 이거는 무슨 퍼즐이지?
Nothing. Still
The
locked.
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected, but also
연관이
not
있을
connected.
수도 연관이 없을 수도. 가리는 건가?
Nope. It's not.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
아, 필요한 정보가 아직 없다.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
아, 이거 정보를 더 찾아서 해야 되는 건가? 근데 딱 봐도 뭔가 아직 모르겠어요. 뭐가 뭔지. 일단은
Let's
좀 더
come back
돌아다녀
once
보고.
we know what to do.
다음은 여기. 음악실. 아, 사람이 한 명 있네요.
Are you a ghost?
Sally!
당신은
That's
유령인가요?
rude.
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment,
뭔가
but
좀
I
무섭긴
am
하네요.
alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer and a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. 13
피아니스트.
years of dedicated practice. I'm
Poppy.
just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower.
아빠가
Barely
프로페서
speaks to anyone
포인터.
these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
Two of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends.
피피랑 프레야는 제 가장 친구들이에요.
We all turned 19 last year.
다들
Do
동갑이고.
people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away.
떠나고 싶다.
Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave.
프레야는 떠나고 싶어 했고
Fifi,
피피는
things are more complicated for her.
복잡한
What
일이
about
많다.
now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
어제
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
방에도
I
피아노가 있는
was
건가?
supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down
서재에서
there,
피피를
she'd
만나기로
already
했는데
gone. I
까먹었다.
checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
그래서 찾아갔는데
Was
잠겨
Fifi not
있었다.
in there?
No idea. She keeps her
아
door
항상
locked
방을
either way.
잠가두는구나.
So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other
Mm.
side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
진술.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to
어떤
decide how to
소리를
describe it,
3초간 들었다.
but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal. But
금속
different.
조각에 드릴 박는 것
Worse.
같은 소리.
I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made
이건 다
Fitz
아는
kick down the
얘기지.
door.
그래서
I went inside.
피츠가 문을
Freya
부수고
was lying
들어가고
on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I
그래서
ran
피피에게
downstairs to get
달려가고
Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been
울고 있었다.
crying.
피피가.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
그래서 여기서
First time
피피가
I've
한 대
ever seen
때렸다고
her
했죠.
angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some
나가니
reason.
아빠가
The
있었고
three of us went back up to Flora's tower.
같이
Then
타워로
Felix
올라갔다.
arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in
아니
there
자기
about
여기서
15
진짜
minutes.
웃긴 게 자기
After she
친구가
was done,
죽었는데
she went back upstairs and
실험을
I
하러
went back to
간다고.
my room.
That's it?
그래서 실험을 해서 그게 그 그림에 그려져 있던 게 필요한 거를 저 친구가 밝혀내긴 했어요. 근데
Fitz
그렇게
and I were up in the moonlight garden.
잘못 봤어. 그렇게 태평할 수가 있다고. 친구가
All
죽었는데.
right. Poppy's bedroom
I
is
wonder
on.
what's in there.
일단은 나중에 이건 뭐지? 왜 떨어져 있지?
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
뿔피리 동상. 유리가 깨져 있어. 이것도 금가 있네? 뭔가 연관이 있는 것 같은데?
Are they...
Whatever they are, it's like a little parade of floating spirits.
1 old wooden.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
난 안 보이는데? 뭐가 문제인 거야?
There's
When I
a...
was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
피아노?
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
악보?
Sheet music.
That's a lot of notes.
Probably why they're on the floor.
곤충들?
Smells like a forest.
뭐 별거 없나 보네요. 방으로 가봅니다. 퍼피의 방. 이렇게 무섭게 사냐? 양말 하나 떨어져 있네.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
그냥 빨래 같은 건가?
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. Oh, thank goodness. There are 7. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about. It's a metronome for keeping time.
메트로놈.
It's
아, 퍼즐이네.
ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
버튼을 써서 메트로놈 다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게 해야 돼. 맨 위로. 아, 이걸 누르는 건가? 아하. 아, 이 그림에 그려져 있는 것들이 다 움직이는 건가 본데? 이거 보면은 십자가 더하기 네모 이렇게 합쳐져 있죠? 그리고 이거 누르면은 십자가랑 원, 이거랑 이거 두 개 같이 움직이겠네요. 이렇게. 이거는 요거랑 요거일 거고. 자, 이거를 다 들어가게 해야 되면은 그럼 일단은 가로 길이가 뭐지? Y1 이거랑 이거 두 개 가로고 이게 저거란 말이에요. 이거를 이렇게 옮겨줘. 잠깐만, 이거 눌렀었나? 이렇게 한 번 더 해. 이렇게 하면은 딱 이 모양이 됐지. 이대로 그냥 움직이면 되잖아. 완전 쉽네.
There we go.
굿.
Perfect. What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
뒤에 달린 작은 문이 열렸어.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm.
사진.
Part of a photograph.
어? 아, 사진이 근데 아까 3분의 1 일단 오케이. 사진 하나 찾았고요.
There's something about that pink something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
일단 나중에 여기도 피아노가
There's
있어.
a name. You know, these ones that stand upright. Sheet music.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
It's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
악보. 뭐 음악 관련된 게 뭐 맨 처음에 했을 때 그 보라색이었나? 보라색 글자로 나오는 것들이 몇 개 있었거든요. 그래서 음악 관련된 뭐 퀴즈 같은 게 하나 있을 건데 이것도 그거랑 관련이 있는 건가?
Various handmade.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. Empty. A lamp. It is most definitely
버섯을 좀 좋아하나 본데?
a big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
아, 아까 달 모양 반대쪽 방에 달 모양 이 문이 있었잖아요. 이거 같네요. 여기서 이거대로 맞추고 저쪽은 이 모양대로 맞추는 거네. 태양 모양. 이거 기억해 놓고 점 시옷 점 시옷.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of.
까먹기 전에 반대쪽 방 가서
It's locked.
I thought we
We
were.
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
아니야 이거 해야지.
It's locked.
I thought.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
점 시옷.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally.
Whatever's on the other side
나중에
better be work.
여기도 갈 수 있는데 일단은 까먹기 전에 여기 먼저. 술술 풀리네. 터미. 근데 아직 그 물건들 제시도 이런 거 아직 제시도 하나도 안 했는데 벌써 이렇게 할 수 있는 건가? 제시해야 되는 건가? 일단 해봅니다.
I need to confirm something.
당신에게 확인해야 할 게 있어요.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya.
프레아의
She
것이다.
liked to have music playing while she was painting.
그림 그릴 때
And do you know
틀어놓는
what
걸 좋아한다.
kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
사건 현장에 있었던 테이프.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
내 취향의 색이 아니에요. 이건 프레아의 것이고 그러면은 이거네.
You used to
넌
like
사실
these
예전에
colors.
핑크를 좋아했어.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
그것은 이거야. 이건 사실 너야. 염색도 한 거야?
Let's take a closer look at this.
분홍색 카세트 테이프랑 요거랑 분홍색 카세트 테이프는 사건 현장에서 발견된 것과 일치한다. 아닌데 이게 사건 현장에서 발견된 거야. 아무튼 이 사진은 퍼피의 방에서 찾은 건 맞죠? 이 오래된 사진에서 퍼피가 사용한 것이다. 아 됐네. 아닌가? 잠깐만. 사건 현장에서 발견된 것과 일치한다. 이게 맞는 것 같은데? 분홍색 카세트 테이프와 뒤바뀐 것은 일단 연관성이니까 이건 맞는 것 같은데. 아 좀 말이 조금 애매한데? 한 번에 맞추고 싶은데. 테이프 메시지? 금발소녀. 이게 맞는데? 이것도 맞고. 아 근데 이게 좀 헷갈려. 이건 아니고 이것도 아니고 정원도 아니고. 그러면 이거 둘 중 하나인데. 아 이걸로 해보겠습니다.
The pink cassette
Ah,
tape
good.
found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
아니야 누가 봐도 너지. 일단은 죽은 깨가 딱 너였어. 그리고 너네 3명 친구였잖아.
You
친한
look a little
친구라며.
different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is
너네
pretty
셋이 친한
straightforward.
친구라고 했던 건 너 자신이라고. 질문이 뭐였어 근데? 못 봤는데? 이게 살인자라는 증거는 아니고 질문이 뭐였는지를 못 봤는데 둘 중 하나겠네요. 찢은 이유. 더 이상 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않아? 지금 보면은 퍼피가 염색을 하고 스타일을 바꿨단 말이에요. 왜일까? 그걸 모르겠네. 싫어하지 않지. 왜냐면 친했다고 이미 말을 했잖아. 근데 왜 찢었을까? 그걸 모르겠어. 분홍색을 이걸로 갑니다.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it.
틀렸나 보네.
Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift.
몇 년 전에 프레야에게 선물로
Freya could
줬다.
have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection.
근데 이걸 살해
between the
당시에
tape
듣고
with the
있었다,
gramophone and the
프레야는.
murder.
살해당할
There's one
당시에.
other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
이대로 끝이야? 뭔가 애매한데? 이게 된 건가? 뭐 됐나 보죠. 아직 가야 할 것도 많으니까. 아무튼 퍼피가 맞고 이 친구한테 보여줘야 될 만한 물건이 일단 이 방에 있던 것부터 가자.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched
누군가
the piano.
누군가 이 방을 또 썼다.
I don't know what that is.
이미 너라는 게 밝혀졌잖아.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
수상한데?
Yeah, it's mine.
어?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's
아, 이것도
literally 8
보라색이네?
notes. I have it memorized.
따따따따따따따. 뭐 음악 관련된 뭐가 있나 보네요. 이것도 뭐 있는 건가?
What do you make of this statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
진짜 악플을 본 적이 없다.
Definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah. Weird.
그리고 이게 퍼피 거라고 했죠, 피피가?
This is
맞네,
mine.
인정하네.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
1년 전쯤에
What was
프레야에게
on it?
줬다.
Nothing.
빈
It was
테이프로
blank.
줬다.
Freya
뭘
said she
녹음하고
wanted to
싶다고
record
했다.
something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
이건 제시 안 해도 되는 건가 그러면?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
피피가 프레야를 아주 좋아한다. 오케이. 아, 이것도 한번 해볼까? 죽음기랑?
It was my mother's originally.
아,
So
퍼피 엄마
why is it
거.
up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it.
퍼피
Freya would
엄마
borrow
건데
it too sometimes.
플로라가 많이 쓴다.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
이거 다시 해야 되나?
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm?
What can you tell?
It belongs to like to have music playing.
And do you know what kind of music?
No
it is?
idea. Acid jazz?
It's sounds and
Sure, it doesn't.
Why
belong.
are we...
the tape was found at the crime scene.
It's not mine. I'd never own
Why
it.
not?
Not my color.
You used to. We need to. Let's take a closer look at this.
된 건가 그냥? 된 건데 내가 못 본 건가? 틀린 건지 잘 모르겠어.
The pink cassette tape. Almost. Maybe just. The pink cassette. Nope.
어? 이건 뭐야? 흰색? 아.
The pink cassette.
That is not...
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
자, 이거 옆에는 이거였고.
You look a little clearly. Why'd you tear it
I
up?
think the answer is pretty
사진
straightforward.
찢은 거는 싫어해서.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I think the answer is pretty straightforward. The photo
아,
proves
이거야?
Poppy
설마?
is the murderer.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I think the answer
그럼
is
내가 맞게 고른
pretty
게 맞네.
straightforward. Poppy doesn't want
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe.
아, 내가 맞게
It
고른 게
depends on the
맞구나.
reason.
Reason.
The passage of
Hold on. This means that Pink
It
is
are
Freya could have. There's gotta be a.
뭔가 좀 찝찝했는데 그
There's something about
찝찝한 게
that
맞나
diary
보네.
we found in
피피
Fifi's
방에서
room.
찾은 일기 말인데.
Something.
Let's ask her about it.
가자.
Is this your diary,
이
Fifi?
일기는 당신
We
건가요?
found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common
평소에
concept,
자기 방도
the so-called
잠가놓는데
secret
일기장도
diary,
잠가놓는다.
is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10 and
So there are secrets written in here?
this particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
다른 사람 거네.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
훔친 거네.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
이 사진을 보면 알 수 있죠.
Let's take a closer look at this.
요거랑 똑같아. 이 파란 책과 똑같은 것은 비밀일기장이고, 이는 프레야의 소유라는 것을 증명한다.
This blue book is the same thing as the
Good.
secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room.
프레야 일기장을
And
당신
you
방에
kept it
숨기고
locked,
있었어요.
too.
Why would I
잠금장치까지
do
걸고.
either of these things?
뭐 숨기고 싶은 게 있나 보지. 어허. 19살 소녀자거든요. 그리고 좀 자기 방을 걸어 잠글 정도로 방어적인 친구인데, 피피가 알리고 싶지 않았던 건 개인적인 비밀. 개인적인 비밀이 프레의 일기 속에 있었다. 다른 것도 있나? 이게 맞는 거 같죠?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know
사실입니까?
Freya was your friend, but if you're
프레야가
trying
당신
to hide
친구였던 걸로
something,
아는데 뭔가를
You did not
숨기려는
know
거.
Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most
프레야는
wise
제가
person I
아는
have
가장
ever known.
친절하고 또 현명한 사람이에요.
All right, Fifi on
Finally, what's in there?
그게 다시 보인다. 이번에는 실제로 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 건가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것 같다. 어떤 그림? 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 둘이 더 필요해. 뭔 소리야? 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 뭔 소리야? 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 나는 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 나는 최선을 다할 것이다. 그녀에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것이다. 뭔 말이야? 뭔 말인지 모르겠네. 근데 뭐 가운데 쪽에 뭐 통로 같은 게 있다고 하는 것 같은데 뭔가 있는 것 같긴 하죠. 여기, 왜냐면 여기가 비어 있어. 보통은 이렇게 비워놓지는 않을 거거든요. 뭐 나중에 뭐 가는 무언가가 있는 것 같아요 여기에 수상에. 다음은 이곳으로 가봅니다. 세 장.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
약간 나르시스인가?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all four syllables of
Penny.
it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
Twenty-something, Aquarius, love to travel.
나르시스트네.
Nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to
누구지?
be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear
아,
Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz
두
and I
가문
find
사이에
it much
불화가
easier
있어?
to stay out of it altogether.
어제
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning,
그쵸?
mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
약혼자가
Oh, no. I
온실
would
일을
dream of it.
하는데
I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole
별로
way?
안 좋아하는 건가?
No.
그
In the early
풀
afternoon,
같은 거를?
back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I
쟤는
just
잔인한 거
like the
아니야?
company. As do I.
자기들끼리 먹는다고?
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and
저녁에
headed
세 장을
back
떠나
towards
내
my
방으로
room.
돌아가고 있었어요.
But in the hall, I spotted
네,
Uncle
포인터
Pointer heading
삼촌이
down the
계단을 내려가는
stairs.
걸
He was
봤죠.
muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I
뭔가
followed him
중얼거리고
down,
있었는데
but the
짜증난
grand
것
hall was
같아
empty by
보였다.
the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw,
거기에
who was
탐정을 만났다.
loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him.
삼촌을 따라잡기 위해
Felix appeared
계단을
and
뛰어
blocked my
올라갔는데
path. For some reason, he was coming out of
필렉스가
Fitz's
가로막았다.
bedroom. He looked rather lost.
그가 피츠 방에서 나오고
Told him I
있었다.
was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong.
문의 경첩이
A
떨어져
moment
나가
later, we
있었다.
were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
어떻게 보면은 제일 사건과 연관이 없어 보이는 것 같은데. 자, 일단은
We can get into Penny's room.
Now, like
방은 나중에 가고.
right now,
일단은 주변에부터 뭐가 있나?
And especially fancy.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3장. 그리고 거울인가?
I don't like mirrors.
How do you get your
I do
hair?
by weight. I can
별거
feel it.
없고.
A rather
There's
magnificent.
a letter P carved into the side.
A little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone.
나비?
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
새 키우는 곳에 나비가 있네? 안 잡아먹히나?
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff. They're bird cages.
뭐
So the
별거 없나
birds are
보네요.
coming and
Is
going.
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Does this count?
Yeah. No, doesn't matter.
자, 그럼 나가서 방으로 갑니다. 페니의 방.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
특이한 모양을 한 밝은 색깔의 꽃. 매우 건강하며 잘 돌본 것처럼 보인다. 화분의 토양은 신선하고 촉촉해 보인다. 게다가 색이 비정상적으로 푸르다.
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious.
여기 뭐 숨겨져 있는 거 없나? 퍼즐 같은 거?
Looks like nature. Rude.
It's a
Are
birdhouse.
those real birds?
아, 이거네.
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using
나무
up all
조각?
the perches. What if a real bird wanted to?
7마리 새의 위치를 바꿔봐. 이게 뭔가 얘가 가운데 있어야 될 것 같아. 눈 땡그랗게 뜨고 있는 거 보니까 눈 모양이 다 다르거든요. 색깔도 다 다르고 눈 모양도 다 다르고 불이 벌린 것도 다 다르고. 쳐다보고 있어야 되는 건가 서로? 그럼 얘는 아래에서 위로 보고 있고 얘 둘은 감고 있네? 이게 뭐지? 아, 그건가? 색깔인가? 파란색, 노란색 합치면 초록색 되잖아. 아, 색깔이네. 이렇게 둘이 결혼해서 얘를 낳은 거고, 이게 딱이네. 이렇게 둘이 해서 얘가 나온 거고, 그러면은 초록색이랑 빨간색이 갈색이 나오는 건가? 이건가? 아, 이거겠죠? 색의 사문색이 빨간색이니까? 이게 맞네.
I got it.
I'm
굿!
impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 빨간 꽃잎들이 떨어져 있고요. 책이 있네.
A little bedtime
Let's
reading.
see. Romance novels. And
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
로맨스와 탐정을 섞은 거.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
가방이 비어 있다.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
A little tea set. Looks recent.
One of the cups
What's
is
in the other one?
birdseed.
새를 굉장히 좋아하나 보네.
being watched.
The mannequins don't have eyes.
That's not a
일단 찾을 건 다 찾았나 보네요. 자, 그럼 돌아가기 전에 아까 까먹고 여기를 안 갔었어. 여기를 갑니다. 옥상 정원. 잠자리?
That's one big
큰
dragonfly.
잠자리요?
or one very small dragon.
아, 얘 그 영어 이름이 드래곤플라이였나? 그랬죠?
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
깃털? 4개의 깃털? 어떤 깃털도 얼룩새의 깃털은 아니다.
a little water feet.
It's making me
Wonder how it's hooked up.
나중에 잠깐만. 여기 아래가 비어 있는데 나중에 뭐 연못으로 들어가서 어디 가는 건가? 물 빼가지고?
A little pond.
It looks really. See those metal
Oh,
bars?
yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding
He's
it.
playing a lute this time.
He's also...
Well, they're not part of the
아,
statue.
그러네. 머리에 뭐 쓰고 있는 거네.
And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
아, 귀마개야? 아, 이게 귀마개군요. 귀마개. 여긴 퍼즐 같은 거 없는
So
건가?
relaxed. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I?
That'd be great. More egg
I
statues.
don't get it.
Well, either they are the sculptors.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
Trees.
In a garden.
Mm-hmm. In a
다
garden.
눌러본 것 같은데? 일단은 이제 물건들 제시해보러 갑니다. 새를 좋아하거든요. 저 근데 이건 누가 쓴 거지? 이 여자의 방에 있었는데 이제 그녀를 갖겠어 라고 이 여자한테? 이해가 좀 안 되는데?
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but
네.
we found it.
네가 이걸 숨겼고
어디다?
우리가 찾았어.
Who's the her in the message? And what's
누구죠?
the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
뭔가 숨기고 있네? 그걸 알아내야 되네.
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to
식물을
water
기를 줄 몰라요.
them.
물 주는 것도
Birds are
잊어버리고.
much easier.
새들이
They're a lot
기르기
more
훨씬
vocal when they get
쉽죠.
thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a
저급하다?
little vulgar.
근데 이 화분은 관리가 굉장히 잘 돼 있었는데.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course.
가끔 새장박들
but
날게
they're one of
한다.
a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
사실
that's
이름
simple.
귀담아 듣지도 않았는데.
Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
리듬 센스가 가장
Glad we
좋은
cleared
새.
that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head?
아,
It's
머리
just
위에
my
노란색
hat.
있네. 아,
Doesn't have
모자였어?
a name.
새가 아니라?
Would name their hat.
모자였구나?
There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
새들은 대부분
What happened to the
평범하거든요.
non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
이거 보여줘야지.
Did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
왜 아쉬워하는 거지? 이게 뭐지? 새.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
멸종한 새들이요?
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
좀 이상한 게 얘랑 둘이 약혼을 했다고 하는데 얘는 그 정원 가꾸는 걸 되게 좋아하는데 얘는 그거에 관심이 없어. 좀 이상하죠?
Oh,
아, 잘못 눌렀어.
beautiful.
잘못 눌렀어.
Is that me?
나르시스트. 일단 물건 짓은 다 한 거 같고 뭐 이벤트는 아직 없네요. 지금 그 혐의 그거 한 게 이 사람 3명밖에 안 했네. 4명의 비밀을 좀 들춰봐야 되는데 일단은 남은 한 사람 마저 만나봅니다. 천문탑. 이 아저씨 엉덩이 들썩이는 게 약간 매력적인데?
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
여기는 특이한 사람들이
I shouldn't
많네. 뭐
think they concern
캐릭터성
themselves with
때문에
such
중요하긴 하겠지만
insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say.
포인터 교수,
Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer
포인터가의
family.
현
And
수장,
of course, father to my precious
퍼피의
Poppy.
아빠,
And a professional astronomer?
Oh,
그리고
no,
천문학자.
that's just
아,
a little
천문학자는
hobby.
아니고
I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17
별에 관해
books.
35년 연구한
Just a
데다
little hobby.
17권의 책을
Sounds
냈다고?
like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh, dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial
안정적인
return.
수입이
Nor
없다?
would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with
어제?
blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
진술.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective
단순히
Hawkshaw
만나러
coming out
그냥
of the
넘어가던
library.
거였나?
She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to
싸웠다고
invade their
했죠?
privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
끝이야?
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family
같은
business.
건물에
I'm quite sure they
살면서
don't
그냥
need
남이라고
me getting in the
치나 보네.
way at a time like that.
That's all the statements.
진술들은 모두 들었어.
Let's go over them all.
나중에. 우선은 근데 지금 대낮인데 막 이걸 보고 있네.
A picture frame.
With no
액자,
picture.
사진 없는 액자.
It's tidier than the notebook is
뭐
untouched.
없나
So-
보고.
Even the most well-used notebooks start off blank. You know,
A
I
mechanic.
would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle. Sun on the
지구가
outside.
중앙에 태양이 밖에 있어.
How old is this thing?
5개 행성을 태양과 달을 중심으로 회전해봐. 이게 뭔가 그림자가 생기고 이 그림자를 이 모양에 맞춰서 넣으면 되나 보네. 그러면은 우선은 이것들을 딱딱 갖다 놔야 돼. 짧은 거 여기 놓고, 긴 거 여기 놓고, 긴 거 하나 더, 그렇지, 여기 놓고, 여기도 하나 놓고. 안 맞는데? 얘인가? 그리고 이건 너무 쉽다. 이렇게 놓고 아니야, 여기가 아니라 그치, 여기지. 그럼 얘도 반대편에 여기 딱 놔주면 지린다.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that?
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
황금딱정벌레 4번 네 번째 쉿거리는 큰 소음을 내어 포식자를 쫓아내고 잡아먹힐 경우에 완전히 소화하지 못하게 한다. 이 미스티드에 얽힌 미신이 있는데 발견한 사람에게 불행을 초래하는 다소 비논리적인 평판을 가지고 있다. 얘가 큰 소리를 내서 95dB 이상을 기록한다. 그 다음에
A bell jar.
What do people normally keep
Other
in them?
than bells, you mean?
Pretty.
뭐 별로 없는 건가? 근데 왜 대낮에 이걸 보고 있지?
Every astronomy tower needs its
I want to try.
이거 뭐야? 소름 돋는데? 사건 현장 보고 있었던 거야? 그래서 넘어간 거네. 막 뭐라고 핑계 댄 게 아니라 사건 현장을 보고 있었던 거야.
It's that little plant, Flora.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down.
I can see the doorway. The door itself is on. You can see right into Flora's room.
플로라의 탑을 바로 볼 수 있어.
Not by
I
accident.
can see Flora. Behind her is the back side of the easel holding Freya's. I can't really see anything behind
근데 안
it.
보여.
Not
프레야는
from
안 보여
this
이
angle.
각도에서.
You can see right into.
Not by
I can see
accident.
behind her. I can't really see anything. I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor. I can just about see the
주근기가 간신히
gramophone.
보여.
Hold on. I think we might have
어?
missed something.
뭘 놓쳐?
It's too dark back there.
아까 그 화분인 건가? 여기 있던 화분? 이쯤에 있어야 할 화분?
I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor.
아 이건가?
Is that a window?
I think it
Is
is.
there another room above?
We should check that next time we're over there. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for
그치.
astronomy.
I can't move it. I
고정돼
think this is
있어.
just how it's set up.
물어보자 일단. 일단 이걸 찾았어.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
그치?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a
이건
previous
이전에
inhabitant of
탱글타워에
Tangle
살던 사람이
Tower.
남기고 간 것
I'm not
같다고
the
했는데
first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls.
근데
It was
당신의
in your
천문탑에
astronomy
있었어요.
tower.
이 사람한테 또 물어볼게 이거 렌즈.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod.
삼각대에
you see.
고정하는 부분이 보이죠?
It's rather small, though.
만원경
I'm not
치고
sure you
작은데
can see many stars with it.
이걸로 많이
No,
볼 수 있을지.
probably
별을
not.
못 본다. 이걸론 별을 못 본다. 현미경도 아니다. 두 사람은 이것은 현미경이 아니라 망원경이라고 말하고 있고 한 사람이 이거는 현미경이라고 말하고 있어. 아하, 또 물어볼 게 뭐 있나?
Curious little thing,
아, 이거
isn't it?
아니고.
Do you know what she
Nothing
is?
at the
How
moment.
bizarre.
Can't a woman keep...
자꾸 비누로네 뒤로 갈 때.
There's something about pointers something.
Let's ask him about
Okay.
it.
바로 조져.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
천문학에 무엇이 그렇게 흥미로우십니까?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your
당신은
mind
우주를
to the
보고 있는 게
wider
아닌 것 같아.
universe, it cannot be
별이 보이지 않는 밤에도 저걸 쳐다보고 있어.
Mm-hmm. And how
그러면
long
눈
have you been
버리는데?
an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
네가 수상하니까
I
이런
have a
질문을 하는
theory
거지.
about you, Professor.
Oh, go on.
당신은 천문학에 관심이 전혀 없습니다, 사실.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
당신은 사실 다른 데 관심이 있어요. 이것은 벌레죠.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the
왜냐면 이게
inconceivably
당신
large and the
저기에 숨겨져
unimaginably
있었거든요.
far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
만원경이 보고 있던 건 범죄 현장. 만원경이 실제로 보고 있던 건 범죄 현장이다. 그 이유는 대낮이기 때문에. 말이 되네. 이며 하늘을 보고 있던 게 아니었다. 아니야. 대낮이기 때문에 별을 보는 게 아니었다. 이게 맞죠?
Pointer's telescope was almost. Maybe just change.
아니네. 이거지?
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the
너는
crime
하늘을 보고
scene
있던 게
and
아니었어.
not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen,
그치?
and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
너는 그래서
Might not
그
have been
벌레를 찾기
Flora you
위해
were spying
남을
on.
훔쳐보고 있던 거야.
Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question
약간
is
살해 동기
important.
같은 걸 수도
You were
있겠네.
looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying.
근데
on the floor.
살해 현장을 보고 있었지만
Flora?
살해
You
당시는
mean
못 본다.
Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window.
아, 플로라가 누워
I
있었다.
couldn't see
창문
Freya
옆에.
at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going
그래서
on.
넘어간 거다.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
정원에 뭐가 있나? 아 저기도 뭐가 있네 왼쪽에. 여기 뭐 생겨 있네요.
This wasn't here before.
이건 아까 없었는데.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a...
There's a note.
What does it say? Grimoire?
제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 둘에게 행운을 빕니다. 프레야. 프레야 죽은 거 아니었나?
What do you think? Is it...
How can
Why
it?
don't we check the handwriting with Freya's
죽었잖아.
diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect
oh,
match.
it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
오. 끝나지 않는 사건.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
이건 아직도 못 푸는 건가? 아직도 아닌 것 같고.
Let's come back later.
일단은 다른 사람들 막 이런 걸 다 밝혀내야 되나 보네. 용의자 진술.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon, and we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer
종합해서
heading down the
보여주네.
stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I
누가
punched her in the
범인인 거야?
face.
I recognized
지금으로서는 포인터 교수가 제일
We
뭔가
left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside.
그 있잖아요.
He followed
죽였을
us
때
upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to
범죄
catch up with
이유?
him, but
사유?
Felix appeared and blocked my
그런
path.
게 일단 포인트 교수가 제일 가깝긴 한데
Very concerned looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer.
아직 다른
So I escorted her.
비밀을 아직 풀지
For a
못한 다른
while.
인물들이
When she
있으니까
came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi
이름을
too.
보고
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the
이거는
library.
어디다 쓰는 거지?
We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait
Mhm.
outside so long when I told her.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the
They
sta-
don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
서로의 진술을 입증하고 있어. 공범이 있는 건가? 아. 아까 그 보라색들. 아. 여기였지? 종소리. 아, 이렇게 수집하는 거네, 그 보라색들. 그리고
That
이거
leads
아니야.
back to the gardens.
여기서 여기도 가야 되네. 일단은 까먹기 전에 하나씩 하자. 이거였어. 이쯤이었던 거지.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
그치. 그리고 하나가 피아노 마지막. 악보.
Yeah, it's mine.
선율을
Can you
들려줄 수
play the
있나요?
tune for us?
Sure. It's literal.
이게 아닌가?
That's all
맞네.
for Melanie.
So, what-
Should we go back to the gardens again?
오케이. 정원 가기 전에 여기 먼저. 여긴가?
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
아니구나. 근데 소리가 왜 이래?
Where's that light coming from?
It's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
여기서
Is that what I think it is?
여기서 뭔가 했나 보네.
What is that?
Not sure.
Looks like it might attach to something.
동으로 된 감개로 위에 나사가 있다. 어떤 빨간 거.
It's a statue standing up straight.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as. Also, it's stuffed.
안에 뭔가 채워져 있다고? 근데 이제 힌트가 될 만한 것들은 뭔가 좀 특별하게 이
Someone
Do you
painted
think
up.
it was
특별하게
done
더 잘 보여.
recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
누군가 창문으로 칠해놓고
At least the moths are
뭐가
kept
더
well
없는
fed.
건가? 일단 정원으로 다시 가봅니다.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
이거네. 이 문양대로 찾으면 되는 건가? 뿔. 이것도 뿔.
That's gotta be.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait. Do you hear that?
아! 문 같았어. 문 같았어. 뭔가 사람이 딱 들어갈 만한 그 사이즈였잖아.
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want
먼저
to do
해둬야 할 게
first.
있어. 아, 이것도 다 해야 돼? 단서 수집이 아직 안 끝났나 보네. 모든 용의자 협의 조사 완료하고 셸리와의 대화, 범죄 현장. 오케이. 일단은 단서는 막 찾아봐야 되는 거니까 나중에 하고 혐의 조사 먼저.
It's a path through the leads up to the house. I see.
그럼 안 한 사람이 이 사람이었나? 이제 이 사람 아직 안 했지? 이 사람은 어떤 혐의가 있을까? 가봅니다. 편지?
I'm as confused.
아니고 전혀 관련 없고.
These
그림.
drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
아하.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist,
범상치 않은
Freya was
실력을
so much
가졌지만
more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own
나만의
painting, you
그림을 그리는
know.
걸
It taught me
도와줬다.
what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My
가깝진
father,
않다.
Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the
Oh.
Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
족보가 좀
What about
거시기
her
했다.
inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not.
그러니까
She
이제
had no
펠릭스
formal claim over
가문에
anything in
있어도
Tangle
될지
Tower.
어떨지 약간 애매한 사람이었다 이런 건가?
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a
뭔가
question.
잘
hasn't
안
gone
지내는 것
quiet on you.
같은 느낌이네.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone
세 형제 중
wolf,
가장
you
어려
know, just
고독한
the way
늑대.
she is.
lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
얘한테 어떤 혐의가 있을까? 모르겠네. 뭔가 이 물감이랑 관련이 있을 것 같은데? 내가 놓친 게 있나? 물감 관련해서 안 물어본 게 있나? 다 물어봤는데? 물감? 아! 물감! 보면은 이게 피로 그려졌었잖아요. 근데 얘가 이 친구가 만약에 죽은 친구가 애초에 그 피가 담겨져 있었다면, 그걸 몰랐다면, 그러면은 검사를 해야겠네. 여기서 이럴 게 아니라 그 얘한테 가야 돼. 얘한테 물감을 물어봐야 돼. 피가 이게 원래 피였는지 어떤
It is
건지.
a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
프레야의 물감.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
아 원래
whole
피가
pot
담겨져
full of
있었다.
blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
왜 안심이 되지?
The red paint on the brush is not paint.
붓에 묻어 있는 건 피다.
Same for the palette.
So Freya
팔레트도
added blood
마찬가지다.
to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
그러니까 애초에 물감통에 피가 담겨져 있었어.
There's something about Felix's
아 이거
painting
맞네.
supplies.
얘가 담은 건가?
Something.
Let's ask him about it.
너냐?
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to
수상한 거
paint,
발견했어.
obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
알려줄게. 뭐가 의심스러운지. 어? 피에 관련된 게 없네.
It's not your paint pot.
이건 네 게 아니야.
Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look,
물감통을
the lid
바꿔치기 한 거야.
matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
그러니까
That's not the end of
프레야가
discussion.
We need a
모르고
clue
쓴
to
거지.
compare with
벚꽃치기
Felix's
한
paint.
피가 담긴
Something to
물감통을.
prove who it actually belongs to.
무언가 빨간 물감통과 직접 비교할 수 있는 것. 그것은 이거지.
We need a clue that's got some connection to this
아니야?
one.
이거야?
Let's take a closer
Okay.
look at this.
이 두 단서의 연관성은 빨간 물감통. 빨간 물감통은 이거랑 정확히 똑같은 것은 얘의 빨간 물감통이야. 하지만 프레야는 무슨 일이 일어났는지 눈치채지 않았지? 아니고 그치? 어? 눈치 못 챘고 아니고 이것도 아니고 이건가? 아니지? 이게 맞지?
Freya's red paint pot is almost.
아니야?
Maybe just.
아 이거네. 프레야의 빨간 물감통은 도난당했다. 몰래 바뀐 것은 필릭스의 빨간 물감통.
Freya's red paint.
That red paint is from Freya supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway?
상관 있어.
None of this
피가
is
담겨져
connected to
있었거든.
your murder.
이 빨간 물감통에 없던 것. 없던 것은 빨간 물감이다. 그것은 이거지. 프레야가 플로라를 그리는데 쓰기 전에 빨간 물감이 이미 없었다.
This red paint pot. Nope.
이게 틀린 건가? 너무 처음에 있던 걸 너무 그냥 써버렸나? 이 빨간 물감통을 사용해 가득 채운 건 피이다. 쓴 호는 아니지?
This red paint pot almost. Maybe just change.
아이씨, 힌트 보자. 아 이게 틀렸네. 아, 이 빨간 물감통을 가득 채운 것은 피이다.
This red paint pot
Okay.
was somehow filled with blood before.
Oh, that's definitely something.
네가 가득 채웠네.
Right. Fine.
오케이.
Here's the story.
얘기해 보시지.
I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure. So I politely asked Freya
프레야에게
if I could
정중히
borrow
물감을 빌려달라고
hers.
했고
Just for a little while, you know.
합리적인
Perfectly
요청.
reasonable
이었다?
request.
But
나
she
안
said no.
빌려줘서
I tried
죽인
to
거야?
explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So,
물감
well,
새로
I
사다 쓰면
took
되잖아.
Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room.
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got
씨는
blood
모른다?
in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end.
아,
After
근데 못
what
줬다
happened,
결국.
seemed a bit insensitive.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
오케이.
We know a little more about the crime
범죄
scene
현장.
now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
말도 안 되는 소리 하고 있어 자꾸. 자, 프레아는 칼에 찔렸나? 그림에는 왜 피가 있었을까? 피가 있는 이유는 어렵네. 이쪽은 뭐지? 그치, 이게 맞지. 피 묻은 칼을 연상시킨다. 마법의 존재 아니고 증거를 숨기기 위해서 뭔가 그럴듯한데 막 지금 대놓고 뭔가 이 함정 같아. 이건 증거랄 게 아직 안 나왔거든. 흉기도 아직 뭔지 모르겠고 지금 뭔가 범죄 관련해서 나온 게 이 중에 있는 게 피밖에 없어요. 칼은 이미 깃털이란 게 밝혀졌고 정신을 빼놓기 위해서 근데 프레아는 저걸 빨간색으로 이제 잘 칠을 잘 한 걸 보면은 이게 피인지 모르고 그냥 쓴 거 같거든. 이것도 좀 아닌 것 같고 찌른 건 모르겠고 그러니까 피를 쓴 거는 범인이 속이는 거지. 피 묻은 칼을 연상시키기 위해서. 물감통의 피는 그림에 사용됐다. 끝이 빨간 칠한 얼룩색 깃털은 피 묻은 칼을 연상시킨다. 이게 제일 합리적인 것 같은데? 다른 거 더 있나? 덧칠 아닌 것 같고 숨기는 거랑 덧칠이랑 비슷하죠? 이것도 말이 되네. 무언가 일치하도록 만들어졌다. 바로 칠한 얼룩색 깃털. 아니지. 그럼 굳이 피를 쓸 필요가 없지. 일치하도록 만들 거면. 이거 같아.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question.
그러니까 피는
Why?
단지 속임수인
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
범인의
Somebody
어떤
deliberately
속임수.
put blood in the
그럼
paint
누가
pot
넣었는지를 찾아야
and
되는
hid
거야.
that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora
둘이
survived.
같이 당했어?
She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow,
근데
Freya
캔버스가
ended up lying
관통되지가
on her back,
않았거든?
still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
이미 누워있는
Okay, well, how
상태에서
about this?
그
How do we know Freya was stabbed before
현장
she fell
위쪽에
over?
그 구멍이 있었는데
Maybe her
거기서
being
이제
stabbed
그
and her
누워있는
falling
그
over
피자국
are
거기
completely
가운데가
unrelated.
정확하게 딱 보였단 말이지. 그러면은 이미 누워있는 상태에서 당한 거야. 그게 합리적이지. 관통됐으면은 만약에 그 천문대 쪽에서 여기서 이렇게 바로 했으면은 이걸 뭐라고 해? 이 액자가 아니라 팔레트? 아니야 뭐 이거 뭐라고 하더라? 아무튼 이거에도 뚫린 그런 게 보여야지. 그리고 얘가 쓰러져 있는 것도 약간 좀 의문이고. 자, 우선은 여기도 힌트가 있네. 프레야의 방을 살펴야 돼? 내가 못 찾은 게 뭐가 있나? 이거 했고.
Painting supplies.
Do you think this was
I don't know.
no windows either? Brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty while you. We already solved it.
그치, 여기서 이거 찾았고.
That painting is
Why
really.
would you want it looming over
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
the atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version
It's
down.
a photograph.
이것도 아까 찾았고. 맞지?
Drawings.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like one of them's holding a red rose.
아, 이거구나. 이걸 찾으러 온 거구나. 옥상 정원에 있던 이거 뭐야? 이거 뭐야? 얘네 둘 아니잖아. 얘네 둘이 약혼 관계잖아. 근데 이렇게 둘이? 근데 이름 보면은 얘도 얘 이름이 팽이 포인터. 얘는 퍼피 포인터.
There's something about those petals we found.
그치?
Something.
Let's ask her about
아,
it.
이거네. 와, 소름 돋았다. 둘이 약혼을 하긴 했는데 사실 저 남자애가 좋아했던 건 다른 여자였어. 다른 PP였어.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote "Now I'll get her" on a piece of paper and hid it in your room.
그럼
That's
이제
not nothing.
이 그녀를 갖겠다는 게 사실
Actually,
얘가
it's
아니라
not
그
the
다른
message I
PP를
wanted to ask
갖겠다고
about.
그 남자애가
It's those red
보낸 거지.
flower petals.
The
그러니까 파혼하자고 이렇게 한 거지. 질문이 뭐였어? 질문을 못 봤네. 가짜 같진 않은데.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
빨간 꽃잎의 증거? 이거네.
That almost makes, but it's
아니야?
not right.
그럼 뭐가 있어? 아, 방금 얻은 거? 이거?
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I
아,
have taken something
맞네.
from a garden to which I have
그
no
피츠랑
access?
퍼피 두 명의 방으로만 그 정원을 갈 수가
accessible
있네.
from those two bedrooms.
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident
아, 새도 갈 수
ornithologist.
있어?
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
그러니까 일단은 이 펜이랑 필치가 약혼 관계긴 한데 둘이 정분이 난 거야. 얘네 둘이. 실제로 그 공준정원은 얘네 둘만 갈 수 있거든요. 그 둘의 방이랑 연결돼 있어. 그래서 얘가 시기 질투하는 거야. 그거를 밝혀내는 거 같은데. 일단은 뒤에 거부터 볼까? 페니는 어떻게 그리고 왜 옥상 정원에 가려고 했을까? 페니는 옥상 정원을 바로 못 가요. 이 두 사람의 방을 통해서 갈 수 있는데 얘는 바로 못 가. 하지만 방금 대화 중에 흘렸죠? 새들이 갈 수 있다고? 그러면은 도난은 아니고 도난 아니고 뇌물 아니고 선물 아니고 페니의 새들 중 한 마리는 무언가를 엿보는 데 사용됐다. 뭐? 이 두 사람. 이건가? 성공은 했지. 돈이 아니지. 살인 계획? 얘네 둘이 살인 계획을 꾸몄다고? 아직 모르겠는데? 내가 놓친 대화 중에 뭐가 있나? 그들에게 증거를 훔쳤다. I will get her 그거는 이 남자애가 직접 준 거 같고 그럼 증거를 할 게 뭐가 있어? 증거를 그래서 얘가 가지고 있다고? 이게 좀 말이 되는데? 아니지 얘네가 직접 본 건데 얘네가 주의를 돌리는 건 말이 안 되지. 그러니까 얘네 둘이 뭔가 하는 걸 얘가 엿본 거야. 그렇잖아. 그러면은 이거네.
One of Penny's birds was almost, maybe just.
힌트 줘. 증거?
One of Penny's
Okay.
birds was you. We know those two have been spending time together in the
그치
rooftop garden.
살인은 아직 막 그 나온 게 없었는데 살인은 너무
Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to
새가
compare with Penny's
세상 밖으로
birds.
나간 적이 없다.
Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
옥상 정원에 있던 걸 증명할 수 있는 것. 깃털이죠. 깃털 어디 있어? 깃털이 밖에 있었지.
Let's take a closer look at these.
이 4개 깃털이 있는데 이 노란색 깃털이랑 이거랑 같죠? 이거랑 연관성. 이 노란 깃털을 남긴 것은 페니의 노란색이다. 옥상 정원을 방문했을 때이다.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
들켰죠?
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden.
역시
I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz
그치,
is
근데
slipping away from me.
왜 멀어졌을까?
He's so quiet with me these days.
왜
Being with
조용할까?
Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees.
넌
in
그의
that
관심사에
miserable
전혀
little-
관심이 없었잖아.
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
이렇게 해서 이 또 한 사람의 의혹을 파헤쳤고요. 남은 게 이 둘이네. 얘는 어떤 의혹이 있는 거지? 일단 얘는 얘가 누구의 의뢰를 받았는지를 알아야 돼. 이 사람한테 갑니다. 근데 뭔가 그 포인터 교수랑 연관이 있을 거예요. 왜냐면은 거짓말을 했거든. 자, 증거 보시면은 이 렌즈에 대한 거짓말을 했어요. 그럼 얘한테 얘에 대해서 물어보는 거지.
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
그치? 다른 사람들에 비해 또 다른 대답을 한다? 충분히 의심스럽죠? 그리고 얘한테 이걸 보여주는 거야. 저 교수한테 숨겨져 있던 딱정벌레.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
이러고 이거 끄면은
Where did you
잘못
find
눌렀어,
this?
안 나오네? 그러면은 얘한테 가서 쟤에 대해서 물어보는 거지.
She questioned
거짓말을
me.
했잖아.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
There's something
역시
about Hawkshaw's handheld
소름 돋았다.
microscope. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
와, 이 딱딱 맞출 때마다 이 소름 돋는 게 재밌네.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find.
네가 고객을 지키기 위해서 말을 안 하는 거는 뭐
You're such a tease.
그러려니
Hawkshaw.
하지만
Don't worry. We already
나를
worked out what you're
속이기에는
searching for.
한 수 멀었다. 얘는 뭘 찾기 위해 고용됐냐? 딱정벌레지.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
그치?
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon?
현미경 아니잖아
more?
그거.
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
쓰지 않은 게 확실해. 이거는 현미경이 아니기
It's
때문에.
not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
휴대용 현미경은 피피에 따르면 현미경 렌즈가 아니라 돋보기이다. 아니 망원 렌즈다. 그래서 혹시가 거짓말을 한
The
것이다.
handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
왜 거짓말했어요?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment.
의외로
I had
의외로
hoped to
이런
outside
면이
my
있네.
telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
어. 근데 이 사람들의 혐의를 알수록 점점 더 헷갈려져요. 사건과 좀 뭔가 뭐 끝에 가서는 연관이 있겠지만 아직까지 막 사건이랑 그렇게 막 밀접한 그런 걸 아직 잘 모르기 때문에 한 사람 남았죠? 이 사람의 혐의 밝혀보도록 하겠습니다. 우선은 이 사람 방에서 그 퍼즐 풀고 나왔던 이 모종삽이 문제인데, 그러면은 이 모종삽과 관련된 게 뭐가 있나? 이거죠.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
갈 이유가 없다. 근데 모종삽은 왜 있을까? 자, 정리해보면은 얘가 말했어요. 자기가 쓰는 장비들은
This is yours.
아니, 잘못
Fitz?
눌렀어. 자기가 쓰는 장비들은 다 여기다 뒀대. 근데 모종삽은 방에서 나왔어. 그럼 이걸 어딘가에 썼다는 건데 어디다 썼을까? 그걸 알아내야 돼요. 근데 또 하나 의문인 게 이 꽃인데 이 꽃이 페니의 방에 있었단 말이에요. 근데 페니는 꽃 관리를 안 해. 이거에 대한 관심이 전혀 없어. 그렇다면 뭐다? 피치가 한 거지. 그걸 밝혀내야 되는데 그럼 누구한테 가야 돼? 페니한테 가야지. 얘한테 피치에 대해 물어봐.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
That just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
까칠하네. 이게 끝이야? 얘가 아닌가? 그러면은 방금 말하는 커피한테? 뭔가 둘 사이가 좀 의심스러운.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time.
얘는 약간
and
중이병
time
같아.
is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
아, 그럼 얘도 아닌 것 같고. 탐정?
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone
대부분의
in the
시간을
greenhouse.
온실에서 보냅니다.
But I heard he's been breeding experimental
실험적인 꽃을
flowers.
번식시키고 있다는군요. 비밀스럽고.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's
쉬긴 하는지
getting
궁금합니다.
restless.
얘도 아니었네? 아, 누구한테 가야 되지? 다 물어보면 되겠죠.
It's musty in
What
here.
exactly does that mean?
Must. You asked such
Nice.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil,
아, 여기 또
dislikes
탐정이랑
electric
똑같이
lights.
분석하는 친구가 있네. 비밀 식물학자.
I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago,
일주일 전 그가 포인터 탑에 숨어 오르는 걸
he was making
목격했죠.
every effort to avoid
숨어
detection.
올랐다?
So,
들키지 않기 위해
He
온갖
was
노력을
also
했다.
carrying a knife.
그리고 칼을 들고 있었다. 칼?
there's something about the report. Something.
Let's ask him about
가자.
it.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were
포인터
seen
탑에 몰래 올라가는 걸 봤다는 보고가 들어왔습니다. 칼을 든 채
a
말이죠.
knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak.
아니, 넌
Was
몰래
it Fifi
갔어.
who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing
내
her
추리가 맞다면
eye
너는 분명히
lens
갔어.
thing.
What do you think,
왜
Grimoire?
숨기는 건지 모르겠지만 그냥 몰래 들어갔다는 걸 몰래 들어가는 게 좀 그래서 그런 건가? 하지만 그는 칼이 아닌 다른 걸 들고 있었지.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
그것은 모종삽이.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
아니, 쓸 이유가 있지. 자르는데 사용했다? 아니고. 모종삽은 피치가 무언가를 돌보는데 사용했다. 바로 화분의 꽃이지. 어디서? 페니의 방에서.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
말이 안 돼. 식물에 대해 관심 없는 사람이 방에 식물을 뒀다? 말이 안 되죠. 비교할 수 있는 건 화분의 열매.
Let's take a closer look at these.
이게 있던 것은 페니의 방이며 이것과 일치하는 것은 요거지. 이걸로 그치 이거지.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long
말이
time
뭐야?
to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
아,
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again. When she's not there, water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out
가자.
what's been...
다 했나 보네요. 오케이. 이제 비밀 통로로
Where do you think it goes?
어디로 이어지는 걸까?
Down.
밑으로. 지하. 오. 여기 뭐가 있네?
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
퍼즐.
Weird looking safe.
이상하게 생긴 금고네.
Pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
걸쇠가 올바르게 자리 잡을 때까지 대각선으로 밀어봐. 뭘 밀어라는 거지? 이거 당기는 건가? 아하. 아, 이거 이렇게 해가지고 겹쳐가지고 길 만드는 거네. 그러면은 이게 이어지려면은 봐봐요. 얘랑 이어지려면은 여기 닿을 수 있는 게 얘밖에 없어. 근데 얘는 이거까지밖에 안 당겨지니까 얘는 일단 이게 맞고, 그 다음에 이 파란색이랑 이어지려면은 이거 둘 중 하나예요. 이 주황색 둘 중 하나예요. 얘는 못 오고, 아니면 이걸 수도 있겠네. 얘일 수도 있겠네. 자, 일단은 길이 이거라고 치면은 이거까지는 고정이니까. 요건 아닌 거고 요거겠지? 그러면 그럼 얘랑 이어지려면은 요거겠지? 그 다음 얘랑 이어지려면 얘가 와야겠지? 그 다음 얘랑 이어지려면 이건가? 이건가? 이거면은 여기까지 오나? 아, 근데 여기를 채워줄 수가 없잖아, 이쪽은. 이건 아닌 것 같고. 그냥 이건가? 얘랑 이어져야 되는데. 아, 이거네. 밑으로 가자, 그치? 이런 식으로 하면 이어지네. 그럼 얘는 일단 굳이 나와 있을 필요가 없고, 그 다음에 요렇게 있고, 요거나 아니면 요거 둘 중 하나겠네. 아, 요거다. 이게 딱 맞네. 이렇게 하고 여기서 이거네. 그럼 마지막으로 이렇게 하면 딱 맞네. 오케이.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
아, 오케이. 저 하나 얻었고요. 여기 옷 같은 거 걸려있네.
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
스몰 사이즈. 손 세탁.
What's in there?
표본.
9 beetles. All different.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really compared to the beetles behind the glass.
이거 맨 처음에 그건가? 이거? 이건 어디다 쓰는 거야?
Whose research is this?
비밀
This
실험실.
is some seriously in-depth
굉장히 심도
research.
깊은 연구인데.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
빠진 부분 뻔하죠? 요거죠?
So, this is Pointer's
포인터의
secret
비밀
lab.
실험실.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
죽이기 위해 연구실? 연구실. 숨어 있다? 번식시키려고 했다? 번식이 제일 가까운 것 같은데, 연구면. 포인터는 번식시키려고 했다. 황금딱정벌레. 장소는 온실? 플로라타? 지하 실험실.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is
금이니까?
that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried
그래서
about losing the
딱정벌레를
beetle.
잃어버리는 것을
Maybe
그렇게
somebody
걱정한 거야.
did steal it.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle.
이러면 포인터가 제일 가까워졌네.
Ready to go down again?
뭐가 더 있어? 가장 아래층. 어?
We're too late. This photograph.
이 그림은 찔렸어.
Why?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
아, 딱 봐도 이게 무기죠? 살해의 무기? 그럼 역시 포인터가 범인인 거?
So what's the photo?
손상된 사진.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
수상한
This
사진.
man in the photo.
사진 속의 이
He
남자.
reminds me of something.
그를 보니 뭔가
From
기억이
one
날
of
것
our
같은데
clues.
우리가 모은 단서 중에 이 남자예요. 요 남자. 그래서 난 이게 이 사람 그 남편인 줄 알았는데 알고 보니까 아빠였던 거지.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
이 사람은 레밍턴.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
끝이야? 책이 있네요.
A single book on a...
This is creeping me out.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
여기 괴물들 있네. 영혼 전달자. 아! 영혼 전달자? 집 개발을 가진 개. 아! 잠깐만. 아까 편지에 영혼 전달자 막 뭐라고 써 있었는데. 편지 어디 있어? 아, 여기가 아니네. 편지가 아니었구나. 그 일기장. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 두 개가 있다. 둘. 이건 뭔 소리야? 이 생물을 만드는데 성공했다 이런 건가?
Basements don't normally...
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, what is
Like
it?
what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything.
그러게. 여기 지하인데
That's
되게
not what a
밝네요.
lake looks like.
밖은 호수라고 쳐도.
Where are we?
호수.
Did you notice how much light this
빛이
room
얼마나
has
많은지
for a
눈치챘어?
room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
창문을 통해
I'm
빛이 들어와.
pretty sure lakes aren't supposed to be
호수
dark at the
바닥이라면
bottom.
갈수록
Not
어두워져야
lighter.
되는데 밝아지는
Why
게 아니라.
is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just
근데 이런
wanted to get
것들이
rich, like
범인
Pointer with
찾는
his
거랑 뭔
ladles.
상관인데?
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
이것도 옷인가?
It's an old coat rack.
Two cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
여기 뭐 꽂혀 있네.
There's a roll of paper up
I'll see if I
there. Let
can.
me guess.
지도다. 아, 되게 옛날 건가 보네요. 미스티드 저택. 근데 여기가 그 PP가 연구하던 그 아닌가? 여기가 프레아 방인가? 뭔가 그 다음에 여기다 뭔가 더 쌓아진 것 같은데? 옛날 건가 보네요.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
아니지, 연구실 안 가봤지.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking.
처음부터 뭐 있을 것 같았어. 괜히 비어 있을 리가 없으니까.
And no, we never.
How did we miss it?
This seems pretty
이건 꽤 중요해
significant.
보이는데.
Agreed.
건축 계획도.
Let's head back up to the
아, 볼일 다
to
봤구나.
find
가자.
that last room. Wow, it's
갑자기
dark
어두워졌어.
all of a
How long were we down there?
우리가 밑에서 얼마나 있었지? 모르죠.
sudden. This must be it.
분명히 이거야.
This thing
이게 바로
goes
저 위까지
all the way
연결된
up.
거야.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
아, 나는 여기 들어가서 이렇게 뭐 헤엄쳐서 올라가는 건가 막 그런 건가 싶었는데 그냥
A
계단이네요.
ladder.
Wanna go up?
가자. 숨겨진 심장부. 개?
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton.
Also, crabs normally. You sure we should?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
생물체의 팔다리를 회전할 수 있고 집게발은 열거나 닫을 수 있어. 아, 이거 퍼즐이네. 아,
This crab really Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
이거 그거 봐야 돼. 동화책 봐야 돼. 열고 닫고 10시 3시 1시 가자.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crabs.
열고 닫고 닫고 열고 닫고 10시 3시 아니야, 이게 3시 1시 오케이,
Perfect.
좋아.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
아, 석궁.
What is it?
뭔데? 무기.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know.
아, 이걸로 쏜
But it
거네.
looks
아까 그
incomplete
밑에서
to me.
화살
I want to know what
발견했으니까.
happened to the rest
이거네요.
of it. Where are the other parts?
이미 찾았잖아.
We found them already.
그러니까 이런 의문이 나온 거지. 앞에는 화살. 금속 막대. 위에는 렌즈, 밑에는 감개. 이렇게 해가지고 쏜 다음에 회수를 다시 한 거지.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the
석공
murder
확실히
weapon.
살인 무기지.
But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
범인을 찾으면 되겠네. 이제 무기는 찾았으니까.
Who are all the people?
Not sure, but it looks like their eyes have all been crossed out.
단체 사진, 미스티드 저택의 대표자들. 까맣게 잉크칠이 되어 있는데 이거는 일기장에서 프레야가 여기 있다. 5 모두 눈을 까맣게 그었다고 했어요. 이게 이건 것 같아. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들은 모두 봤다. 5 모두 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다.
That photo is important.
또 뭐가 있는 거지? 5 사람.
Another photograph.
또
Their
다른
faces
사진.
are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
이상
Oh,
뭐가
you think
이상한
so?
거지?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people?
아, 여기에
here
다
at
없는
Tangle
사람이라고?
Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
다 지금은 없는 사람. 끝이야?
It's a wooden pinboard hung up on one.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
아, 이거 그거네. 여기 그림은 이거네요. 딱 어디 있어? 빨간 거 여기 있다. 여기 옆에 줄 그어진 거 딱 보이죠? 아직 찾을 게 더 남았나 본데.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle.
Honestly, doesn't
I'm more worried about the third
the
one.
third one?
The one that isn't there.
물소리. 이
Do those
뭔가
look
있네.
like scratch marks to you?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
안에서 난 자국? 안에 뭔가 무시한 게 있었나?
An incinerator built. It's still pretty
Is
hot.
there anything left
아직도
inside?
뜨겁다?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
와, 씨, 이거 뭐야? 인형 같은 거 태운 건가? 이거는 그 세기털이네. 세기털이 여기 있었네. 없어진 거 아까. 쪽지?
Coffee table. I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
노트. 5번째 대표자를 찾았다. 드디어. 그다지 기대는 하지 않았지만 역시 실망하고 말았다. 나머지와 다를 바가 없어. 실험을 위해 음악실로 데려갔다. 성공적이었다. 어쩌면 너무도. 미스티드 친구? 실험실조차 실망을 안겨줬다. 무엇 때문에 그 노력을 들인 거지? 그는 내가 생각한 것보다 훨씬 근시안이었다. 그가 누구지? 지하에 갔다. 전망이 좋다. 대부분 사라진 상태지만 내가 원하는 것은 얻었다. 그녀가 들어왔었다. 조심해서 아무것도 움직인 것은 없다. 하지만 난 알지. 때가 왔다. 뭔 말인지 모르겠네.
someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is
이해가 안
in
돼.
the
이
original
방은 원래
building plans for the
저택인
mansion.
건축 도면에
But
있었어.
nowadays it's some big
근데 이제는
secret.
아무도 모르는
It's
비밀이라고.
not a secret to everybody. At
그건 아니지.
least one other person
최소 한
still knows
사람은
about this room.
지금도 이 방의
The way
존재를
the
알고 있어.
notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
근데 저거 누구랑 닮았는데 이거? 쪽지, 찢어진 쪽지 어딨어? 이거지. 그리고 이거는 아까 말했죠? 빨간 거 여기.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
살인.
Time to solve this.
살인은
All
뭐?
right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches
석공의
Freya's
화살이고
wound. It's the murder weapon.
프레아의
I'm
자산과
sure of it.
똑같아. 이건
Despite
살인
the
무기야.
fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was clean.
피는 씻겨진
and
거야.
it was
그
hidden.
뒤에
I
숨겨진
don't
거지.
think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the
우리가
bar.
그 호수 바닥에 있는 방으로 갈 거라고 누가
Okay,
예상했겠어?
so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
석공은 어디서 썼을까? 위에서 쏜 거지.
It was fired from above.
프레아는 위에서 쐈어.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
오케이.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
프레아는 이미 누워 있는 상태였어.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
그녀는 의식이 없는 상태였어.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya
누워
to
있는
fall
상태로
unconscious.
화살을 맞은 거지. 그 이유는 축음기.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
그치? 축음기 안에 뭔가 있었어.
There was something in the gramophone.
Something small.
거기서 벌레 소리가 자꾸 들렸거든요. 축음기 안에 어딨어? 황금 딱정벌레가 들어있던 거지. 얘는 큰 소음을 내서 95데시벨 이상의 큰 소음을 낸다고 했거든요. 얘가 숨어있던 거지.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the
그래서
shape of the gramophone.
막 그
I don't think
광범위하게
we're
다
talking
깨져
about
있던
volume
거야.
either.
금가
It
있고.
might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornets playing. It's
맞아.
a
이것도 깨져
pretty
있던 게
similar
이거는
shape to the one on the gramophone. That
실험한
broken
거네.
glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
강력한 주파수의 영향을 받았던 것. 홀피디 동상 깨져 있었죠? 아니야 이거 아니고.
That's not it.
뭔데? 그럼 근가 있던 거. 축음기.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't
살인자는
they have been in range too? Think about it.
듣지
They can't
않았어.
have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
이거지. 살인자는 귀마개를 쓰고 있었어.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing
살인자는
earmuffs.
다락방에 숨어
3.
귀마개를 하고
golden
있었고
beetle starts to
황금딱정벌레가
emit its
씩씩거리는
hissing
소리를 내기
noise.
Hold
시작했고
on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya
진동이
lands
왜?
on her back. She
쓰러지고.
drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly
밑으로 석공을
downwards.
발사하고
6. The arrow is pulled
감개로
back
쏜
up on the
화살을 다시
세븐.
돌려받고
The murderer leaves the attic.
다락방을 떠난다.
Presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering
What?
me. I just want to check. Let's go back to the crime scene.
오케이. 플로라이타.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
왜 온 거야? 무섭게 왜 이렇게 깜깜해? 별이 이쁘네요.
I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
I can see the stars.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
응? 여기 뭐가 있어? 식물에 관한 게 있나? 이건가? 이 새는 독특한 먹이 섭취 특성을 가지고 있는데 보통 탐툼 아미카 이 열매만 먹는다. 이건가? 아 이거구나 이 식물. 끝이야?
It's dark. The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
뭐 해야 돼?
I can see the stars.
이거를 여기서 찾아야 되나 본데? 힌트 없나?
It's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
아 이건 방금 그거였나 보네.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
여기 있다가 없어진 것. 여기에 있었는데 없어진 것. 못 찾은 것.
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We
이건가?
found it somewhere else.
얼룩새 깃털. 아. 불에서 탔죠?
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
그치.
It's in the
그림이지?
unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the
그치.
canvas.
스케치해 놓은 게 있으니까.
That's not it.
스케치가 아니야? 프레아는 자기가 그릴 그림의 계획을 어떻게 보여줬을까? 아! 팔레트! 팔레트에 이 색깔을 괜히 해놓은 게 아닌 거거든요? 이거를 쓰려고 해놨을 거야. 괜히 아무거나 막 짜놓고 시작하진 않잖아?
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
여기서 안 쓰인 색이 노란색? 이건 노란색인 것 같은데? 뭔가 이거 같고 무언가? 아! 아, 이게 화분이 아니었구나. 이거네. 노란 물감을 그림을 그리려는데 쓰려고 했어. 그 그림은 이 스케치야. 창문에 앉아있던 무언가. 화분이 아니었어. 처음에 화분인 줄 알았는데 아니었어. 이거는 그 펜이에 노란색 새네.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something
팽이가
sitting in the
새를
window.
보내가지고
Something in the window.
그 뭐지?
Oh,
그 옥상 정원을 감시했잖아요. 창문에 있던 거 새. 그렇지.
There she is, our little thief.
how long has it been there? Did it hear the whole
우리의 대화를 모두 들은
conversation?
건가?
She did,
깜짝이야. 씨.
but she's a very good
언제
listener.
나타났어? 와, 소름 돋아. 와.
Well, now, I think think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
누구세요?
Penny.
아, 팬이야 얘가?
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality
왜 이렇게
demanding our
바뀌었어?
attention?
묶어야 되나?
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
그녀의 손을 묶을 만큼 튼튼한 것. 이거죠? 줄이 이거밖에 없어.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
당신들을 여기까지 오게 한 것. 그것은 전 그냥 진실을
I
추구합니다.
just
남이
need to know the
죽든
truth.
말든
Is that right? Interesting.
궁금한 거죠.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create
뭐에서 유를 창조해내는
something
자유의지.
from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond
자신의
her
한계를 뛰어넘는
boundaries.
의지력.
She was
그녀는 진실로 자유로웠어요.
free. Everything I couldn't be.
내가 가질 수 없었던 모든 것.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short
이
hours
사람이
at Tangle
두
Tower.
사람 연기란 건가
You
그러면?
feel like you've got everyone sussed, unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
그녀는 외로운 사람이죠.
Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell
이
us.
마지막 선택하는 게
So why not
엔딩과
help us
연관이
out?
있는 건가?
Very well.
난 사실 이 사람을
Is actually
나르시스트라고
not
생각했는데
very important.
그게
She
보기 중엔
pales
없었어.
in comparison to
난이
those
사람을
who came
나르시스트라고
before her
생각했어.
and to those that came after.
그냥 겉모습이.
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is
한
happy.
사람도
not
행복하지
one.
않았다고?
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall,
맞죠?
did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
여기 살고
I
있지 않는
couldn't have
사람.
put it better myself. My mother, for one.
죽은
My
거야?
father, two. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So,
뭔 말이야?
what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
연구실을 찾은 거지.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house.
It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night, deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end, the paint would peel, wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it.
어,
Then,
누가 썼나 보네, 소각로를.
let's see how thorough you've been.
아니, 이렇게
Tell
이렇게
me.
긴 게 이렇게 네
Do you
개나
know what
세
a
개나 더
misted
남은 거야?
is?
와우.
Misted.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more
잠깐만,
observant than I
잠깐
thought.
멈추고. 핸드폰 어딨지?
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids. Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
혜니가 연구실에서 찾은 것. 뭐지? 이건가?
That's not it.
That's not right.
그건 사진이야?
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of a misted mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of misted mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
지운 거는
19-year-old
프레야라고 하지
me had
않았나?
imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't.
아, 비밀
They
일기장이
were,
그럼
in
얘 거였나
fact,
보다. 프레야
every
거가 아니라.
bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking,
그래서
escaped mystics.
그 비밀
Some
일기장을
claimed to be researchers, others
프레야가 찾고서 알게 돼가지고 그걸 자기가 갖고 다니면서 다른 얘가 이렇게 하던 이 비밀을 다시 파헤친 거야. 그래서 프레야를 죽인 거네.
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up, but instead, I made a
근데
decision.
그거를 자기가 술술 부네.
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something. Something from the era of Misted Mansion.
그게 딱정벌레인 건가?
So, where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a
가스라이팅 한
private
거야?
detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer.
새로운 인물로
She
살고
was.
싶었던 거구나.
Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Ah, well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the Beatles'
연구한 걸로
true
돈을
mystery.
못 벌었다고
Which
했으니까.
is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
아, 아직도 안 끝났어? 얘기가 너무 긴데? 프레야 펠로우의 유언.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me.
드디어
It's my
마지막인가?
fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
이거 말한 건가?
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were
떠나고
halfway through
싶었지만 떠나지
deciphering those
못했다.
symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the Beatles. She has a fondness for them. what Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact,
아,
I
그
think it was something
곤충 번식시키는 거에 대한 반감이 있었나
to
보네요.
free Fiona. The real
Oh.
reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her.
오.
We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study. Found your notes. Found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya.
어.
It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the
착하네.
room,
아니,
but if she
사람
could be unconscious,
죽여가지고 착하다고
then she
하긴 좀
wouldn't have to
그런데.
witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
그러니까
That was for Fiona.
프레아가 자기의 어떤
Poppy too, I
비밀을
suppose.
알게
Gave them something
돼가지고
to focus on.
You mean it distracted them
그
while you
비밀을
made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea
발설하기 전에
of
죽이려고 한
something
건데
abstract, something supernatural.
그렇다고 다른 사람한테
I
또
believe
다른
it made
충격을
things
줄 수는
marginally less
없으니까 그
painful
사람한테
for them.
배려를 해줬다?
Initially. Worked on you too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Ah, well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
헐. 다 기절하는 거 아니야? 어우, 소름 돋네.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both
I
awake.
can see.
You two all right?
두 분 다 괜찮습니까?
My head hurts.
머리가 아파요.
What happened
You
to
were both
us?
unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you
플로라
were both
타워로 가니
unconscious,
혼자 정신이
and Penny was
없어져
crouched
있었습니다.
down
펜니는 그
beside
옆에
you.
웅크리고
She had her
있었고요.
crossbow on her. But who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us
어.
because he liked Penny a lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found
헐.
him sitting on the floor in the aviary.
아, 근데 저 그냥
all by
모자였지?
himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
오.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
아, 그래서 챙기기 전에
Poppy,
창문으로
What
뛰어낸
are you
거구나.
going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
아, 이렇게 끝나나 보네요. 나라면 풀어주지 않았을 것 같은데. 이 저택에 대한 어떤 비밀 같은 것들이 막판에 힌트가 막 와자작 쏟아지면서 내가 푸는 게 아닌 범인이 알아서 발설하게 되는, 뭔가 시작은 되게 그 퍼즐 같은 것들 풀어가면서 막 소름도 끼치고 그 추리할 때마다 또 소름 끼치고 막 그런 게 있었는데, 사실상 범인 잡는데 나의 추리가 그렇게 기여를 하게 된 건가 의구심이 드는 그런 게임이었습니다. 특히 마지막에 이야기가 너무 길어가지고 조금 지루하기도 했고요. 뭐 아무튼 이런 식으로 이제 마무리가 됐네요. 그래도 중간중간 추리하면서 그 소름 끼쳤던 그런 부분들은 확실히 있었으니까 나름 재미있는 게임이었습니다. 시간이 4시간 반 걸렸네요. 플레이 타임 4시간 반? 뭐 양호하네요. 자, 이렇게 해서 탱글타워 플레이 해봤고요. 오늘 영상은 여기까지 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 시청해주셔서 감사합니다. 다음에 봐요. 안녕.